Chapter 944. The Gu Formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Shwehu. Copy web address. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he could not set up such a Gu Formation. In order to set up this Gu Formation, old ancestor Shwe, who personally invited the number 1 formation path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Ming Lu. Sun Ming Lu was a righteous path Gu Immortal. He had a strong personality. He did not want to be a part of this evil. Old ancestor Shwe, who knew that he could not be forced, he put down his pride and invited him several times. After a total of 7 invitations, the last time, old ancestor Shwe who used Lady One Show to convince Sun Ming Lu. Although Sun Ming Lu had an unyielding character, he valued friendship very much. Old ancestor Shwe who set up a refinement path Gu Formation for his beloved wife. He was deeply moved by his sincerity, thus he took action. This matter had caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world back then. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Sun Ming Lu fought intensely with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. He set up a Gu Formation and prevented the Central Continent Gu Immortals from advancing for several days. But eventually, the Gu Formation was broken and Sun Ming Lu died. After his death, someone wrote his biography. Biography of Sun Ming Lu had detailed records of old ancestor Shwehu's invitations. According to the remains of the Gu Formation, this Gu Formation in front of me has at least 30 layers. That Sun Ming Lu had set up 12 layers of compound Gu Formations. He was publicly recognized as the number 1 formation path Grandmaster in Northern Plains. The Gu Immortal who created this place was definitely a great Grandmaster. There is even a possibility that he is a Supreme Martial Grandmaster. Supreme Martial Grandmaster. The realm above Great Grandmaster was transcendent. For example, the 3 Supreme Grandmasters of Refinement Path, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Immortal Kong Ju, and Old Eccentric Tian Nan. Every single one of them was unique. They had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and perhaps no one would be able to achieve in the future. Food Path Gu Formation, Phantom Path Gu Formation, Metal Path Gu Formation, Strength Path Gu Formation. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with divine light. His gaze pierced through the purple sand, and saw all the traces of the Gu Formations inside. His heart gradually sank. From the beginning to the end, he had never forgotten his original purpose. Based on the current situation, the chances of obtaining the rebirth technique were getting smaller and smaller. And inside these Gu Formations, they were on the verge of death. Mortal Gu that were struggling at death's door. There was not a single immortal Gu. Maybe it was because the wind blew, the explosion destroyed the immortal Gu. Or maybe these 2 or 3 food path Gu Formations could not feed the immortal Gu. In the following period of time, the immortal Gu starved to death. Finally, Feng Yuan was in the deepest part of the ground. He found a damaged Wisdom Path Gu Formation. This was the 7th Wisdom Path Gu Formation he had found. The Gu Formation was already very damaged. This made Feng Yuan even less hopeful. But who knew that when Feng Yuan looked carefully, he had an unexpected harvest in this Gu Formation. In this Gu Formation that was on the verge of breaking, there were actually some thoughts preserved. These thoughts were in a state of absolute stillness. It should be the effect of this Wisdom Path Gu Formation. As long as they had a thought, they could naturally communicate. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and started to unravel this Wisdom Path Gu Formation. He was very careful, because this Wisdom Path Gu Formation was like a building that was about to collapse. Feng Yuan had to move slowly. Fortunately, he was already a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. His attainment level was high. A moment later, he understood this simple Wisdom Path Gu Formation and successfully infiltrated it, gaining control of this small Gu Formation. Next, he let out thoughts into the Gu Formation to communicate with these still thoughts. After more than 80 years, this Gu Formation is finally completed today. In the next few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, I will be refining Gu here. After becoming an immortal zombie, even though I got rid of the limitation of lifespan, but his brain was not working very well. Thus, I asked Yellow to add this small Gu Formation to store my thoughts and help me think. This Gu Formation is really useful. Not only can it help me refine Gu, it can also block Providence's senses. I only used 200 years to refine 8 Soul Path Immortal Gu. There are 6 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. They come here to me every year. Large amounts of immortal materials were delivered. It's hard to imagine that I still have a time when immortal materials can't be used up. I have countless immortal materials. I am truly too blessed. Maybe I should try those incomplete immortal goo recipes. There was an accident when I was refining goo today. I tried to fill in the incomplete Devour Soul immortal goo recipe, but I refined an immortal goo with unknown effects. Although it is also a soul path immortal goo, I think I should leave the testing to someone else. The goo refinement failed. 3 of my defensive goo formations were destroyed. Even the main refinement path goo formation was damaged. That swindler of jewel yellow skies, that unscrupulous merchant. He actually used tampered immortal materials to deceive me. I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive to vent my anger. That unscrupulous merchant has already been punished. Azure is really good. These days, yellow came to fix all the goo formations. I can refine goo now. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure is in trouble. So that unscrupulous merchant goo immortal, who deceived me, was actually a pawn of the celestial court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not able to destroy it. It is the accomplice of this wretched heaven. I will destroy it sooner or later. Azure's trouble is getting bigger. There are 7 of us. Sacrificing any one of us will be a huge loss to each other. Sigh, I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I should try that aspect. Before leaving, he took away that soul path immortal goo. So this is the effect of an immortal goo. I hope it can be of help to him. Azure failed. His outcome is extremely tragic. He is only a step away from death. Yellow barely managed to keep him alive. His injuries cannot be healed. They can only be healed over time. This time will be hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me understand that the previous path was impossible. We are born with flaws. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate us. It seems that as green, I need to understand the profundity of life and death. No one is more suitable than me for this task. Only by truly reviving and having an immortal aperture that is filled with vitality can I start anew. Sensing this, Feng Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, this is a mysterious and powerful organization. The members are called by their code names. Among them are Yellow, Azure, Purple, Green, a total of 7 members. Their code names should be the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, right? Let's call this organization 7 Rainbows. Feng Yuan stopped his deductions. He continued to send his thoughts into the goo formation, communicating with the thoughts that were still in the goo formation. The following thoughts were empty. They were no longer as coherent as before. It was as if there was a long time between each thought. I've succeeded. Today, I've found another rebirth technique. However, to me, what's the point of such an ordinary rebirth technique? I don't need it. Blue obtained a goo immortal inheritance. It was actually left behind by old immortal Kongju in Central Continent. He had deep research into the 10 extreme physiques. I gained a lot. No, a lot. Yellow and purple worked together to obtain an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. Ha ha ha. As expected of Limitless Demon Venerable, his achievement in Rule Path can be said to be unprecedented. Even I am inferior to him. Limitless Demon Venerable was right. With life comes death. With death comes life. Life and death can be transformed into each other. But under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is very natural. It is like flowing with the current. But turning from death to life is extremely difficult. It is like rowing a boat against the current. And immortal zombies exist between life and death. They are the descriptions of the profundities of life and death. Life has its benefits, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture is a dead aperture disaster land. It can avoid calamities and tribulations. This is the huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this direction. I feel that I will definitely have an astonishing harvest. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable had amazing talent. He was actually only a few steps away from success. An immortal zombie's calamity aperture deathland is extremely precious and useful. He. If this result were to be known, it would shake the entire Gu immortal world. Even I myself was shocked by it. Next, Feng Yuan became more and more shocked as he read. His eyes shined with bright light, and his face was filled with shock. According to the records in these thoughts, when Gu immortals cultivate, they should first become immortal zombies and obtain their own dead immortal aperture. After that, they would revive and obtain the life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture was divided into 2 layers. One layer was life, one layer was death. Life and death were interchangeable. It was immeasurably helpful to the Gu immortals' cultivation and tribulations. Ordinary living Gu immortals were filled with life force. They could not control death. Ordinary immortal zombies had death energy in their dead aperture. They had no life and only the profundities of death. The former had too much life force. They had too many blessings and attracted the wrath of heaven. Thus, every once in a while, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would descend and cause severe losses to the Gu immortal. The latter was filled with death energy. There were no tribulations or calamities. It was constantly breaking apart and could not store any cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Feng Yuan obtained during his Gu immortal ascension had already collapsed by more than half. In time, it would completely dissipate, and the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Feng Yuan would only have a mortal dead aperture left. But according to the cultivation method recorded in these thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the revival process, condensing them into one aperture and forming a life and death immortal aperture. I can control life and death to a certain extent. With this life and death immortal aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face in the future will be reduced by half. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain after the calamity will not be reduced at all. Feng Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. Any Gu immortal would be extremely moved. If this method is real, then it will indeed shake the entire Gu immortal world. It will be an earth-shattering event. Chapter 945. There was a buzzing sound. In a certain corner of the Yiksha octopus's nest, a jade green light shined. As the surrounding darkness faded, the jade light flashed, and at the next moment, a figure appeared at the empty place. It was Feng Yuan, who had just escaped from the Gu formation space. He was using fixed immortal travel, and this place was specially set up when he explored the Yiksha octopus's nest. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple Gu formation. There was no helping it. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment was not high. He could only set up a Gu formation of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the commotion, but fixed immortal travel was an immortal Gu. With Feng Yuan's arrival, this mortal Gu formation broke apart, but aura still leaked out. Feng Yuan quickly worked, trying to get rid of these traces. But soon, there was a roar of a desolate beast. The Yiksha octopus's movements could be heard from the cave. The nearby Yiksha octopus has returned? Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He moved quickly before the Yiksha octopus arrived. He got rid of the immortal Gu's aura and quickly left. The Yiksha octopus sensed the immortal Gu's aura and came over, but by the time it arrived, it was already gone. It simply searched twice, and the hesitation on its face completely disappeared. It then turned back. If it were a Gu immortal, it would not be so easily deceived. The desolate beast's intelligence was not high. It was easily dealt with by Feng Yuan. A while later, when he returned to the mouth earthworm's battlefield, it was a mess. Most of the Yiksha octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be seen. There was a huge ravine. It was like a terrifying wound on the wall of an earth trench. It was in Feng Yuan's vision. Feng Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this ravine was created by the mouth earthworm. The mouth earthworm was a type of underground creature. It hid underground all year round. Only when it hunted would it come out. After swallowing its prey in an instant, it would shrink back into the soil at lightning speed. It did not move. At the same time, its body would shrink to a shocking size. It was as if he had suddenly become as thin as a bamboo pole from a fatty, who weighed a few hundred pounds. At this time, the thick walls of its flesh would tightly squeeze together. The unique organs growing on the flesh walls were countless steel bones and sharp teeth. It spun unceasingly, grinding its prey into blood and bones. This mouth devoured me, but I immediately used fixed immortal travel to escape while I was inside its body. It had failed its hunt, and with an empty stomach, it would definitely be enraged and fight against the Northern Plains immortal zombies. The mouth serpent was not a match for the combined strength of the immortal zombies. It had no intelligence, it would definitely lose. However, this kind of beast's instinct to escape was also very strong. Once the injury reached a certain limit, it will burrow back into the ground and quickly escape the battlefield. A glint flashed across Feng Yuan's eyes. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to make use of verbal abuse. He escaped from the vision of the immortal zombies. The information he had gathered in Dark Flow Giant City showed that Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest did not have an effective method to deal with the burrowing mouth serpent. Their investigative methods could not surpass the abundant earth path Dao marks on the mouth serpent's body. Thus, Feng Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel inside its body. Thus, Northern Plains immortal zombies had many people and strong battle strength, but they might not be able to deal with the mouth serpent in a short period of time. Especially when the mouth serpent did not want to fight, it only burrowed into the ground to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui, who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. His battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the Gu formation, he had to invite Sun Minglu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were the same. In the history of Gu immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. Gu cultivation paths blossomed in all directions. They were brilliant and varied. It also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited. Unless one had a lot of time, or had a fortuitous encounter. The mouth serpent burrowed into the ground to escape. The Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly, thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen. Deep craters caused by intense explosions. There was a lot of blood in the ravines. It should be the blood of the mouth serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The mouth serpent risked its life to survive. It was a great help in concealing Feng Yuan's tracks. One side escaped, the other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Feng Yuan smiled lightly. The mouth serpent is escaping. It must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Feng Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light. They were in a sorry state. They had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xing Xiangzi lost his life. How can we answer to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sai, we have already tried our best. We chased after the mouth serpent. We passed through 5 fierce beast territories. 3 of them were occupied by ancient desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment. That mouth serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xing Xiangzi has no chance of survival. We cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xing Xiangzi was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench. He was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, was silent. He had the highest status in this group. He was the leader. Xing Xiangzi's death was his greatest responsibility. Thinking about how he would have to face Blazing Heaven Demoness when he returned, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's heart was extremely heavy. Everyone we finally meet. Feng Yuan turned into Xing Xiangzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xing Xiangzi. Dr. Yin Xian raised his voice, his gaze filled with joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even landlord Lei Yu felt that this old man was very pleasing to the eye when he looked at Feng Yuan. How did you escape? Soon an immortal zombie asked. This question was also on everyone's mind. Several gazes gathered on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan was prepared. He explained the reason. I am ashamed. After I fell into the mouth serpent's stomach, the surrounding flesh walls pressed down on me. Countless sharp fangs followed closely behind. In a moment of desperation, I quickly used an immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, sealing myself inside the star ice. This is my strongest defense. It is not a problem to defend against the sharp teeth, but there are many drawbacks. Firstly, I cannot move, not just my body, even my thoughts cannot move, I cannot think. The star ice can only exist for a moment, but I believe everyone will help me. But when the star ice melted and I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under a pile of rocks. So that's it. Dr. Yin Xian realized at once. It must have been when we were chasing the mouth serpent. During the chaotic battle, the mouth serpent's body was destroyed, and Xing Xiangzi escaped through the hole. So close. So close. Xing Xiangzi, you can be considered to be blessed with great fortune. The immortal zombies did not doubt him. Dragon Commander Yi Cha also let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do we continue to search for Star Knight mucus? Feng Yuan's expression changed. He showed a hesitant expression. Forget it. Our luck was bad this time. We will go back and reorganize. We will come again after we rest. The immortal zombies looked at each other. They were laughing at Xing Xiangzi's cowardice. But after such an intense battle, their condition was not good. Thus, they agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City to rest. As for the missing Star Knight mucus, they could only worry about it later. Several days later, Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was operating, emitting a bright radiance. The radiance shone on Feng Yuan's face, but he seemed to be absent-minded at this moment. This can work, this can work. Feng Yuan thought in his mind. On the surface, he was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials, but he was actually inside his death immortal aperture, controlling all sorts of goo worms and experimenting. He was a vigilant person. Even though he obtained the revival method in Earth Trench, its origin was mysterious. Feng Yuan had to test it first to verify its authenticity. The results of the test proved that this revival method was indeed feasible. Feng Yuan was both excited and moved. Looking back, in order to collect the revival method, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Feng Yuan had been working tirelessly. He first collected the Time Path Revival method, Manas Before Immortal Goo, and used it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to revive. But even though this method had great prospects, it was only an idea. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and the rest. It would take too much time and effort. Next, Feng Yuan obtained the possession method from Dongfeng Naganori's soul. He could use this method to get rid of his immortal zombie body. But if he used this method, not to mention whether the body and soul could adapt to each other, or the aptitude of the body, just the second immortal aperture that Feng Yuan had painstakingly obtained would go to waste. Next, Feng Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible. It was most suitable for mortal goo masters. Feng Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull goo, he had Dao marks and could not be raised by mortal goo. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Feng Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal goo? Feng Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal goo, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Feng Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, they all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Feng Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 946. Since the creator did not name it, Feng Yuan named it. Life and Death Immortal Aperture Rebirth Method. The value of this method was absolutely immeasurable. Once word of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire cultivation world and change the situation of the world. Countless Gu immortals, be they secluded cultivators or rank 8s, would immediately research and cultivate it. Once it was truly grasped by most Gu immortals, then from now on, the number of Gu immortals in the 5 regions would rise sharply. It would be an unprecedented situation. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the profundity of life and death, it could reduce the power of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Furthermore, the degree of reduction was as high as 50%. What did that mean? Gu immortal cultivation had always faced 2 obstacles. One was lifespan, the other was calamity. Higher cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Gu immortals could only find other methods to extend their lifespan. Not to mention it. The main point was the calamity. Gu immortals had to undergo calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations were like blades hovering above the Gu immortal's head. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. Countless historical facts and real examples around them constantly reminded Gu immortals how terrifying and fatal this threat was. Not only were the calamities and tribulations hard to predict, but their power wasn't the same. Instead, it was gradually increasing. To undergo tribulation, Gu immortals had to cultivate and raise their strength continuously. Cultivation was not just empty talk. It required real cultivation resources. For example, immortal materials, immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. Immortal apertures were the best places to nurture immortal materials, because the environment here was unique. He had many Dao marks and could nurture immortal materials suitable for the Gu immortal according to the Gu immortal's situation. And in the immortal aperture, time passed very quickly, much faster than in the 5 regions. The number of times immortal materials matured was also much higher. Another point was to nurture cultivation resources in the immortal aperture. It was more convenient to carry and safer. Put it outside. It was too unsafe. Not only could it be easily seized by others, but it could also be destroyed by experts like the Blazing Heaven Demoness even if they couldn't obtain it. However, but every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would have a huge negative impact on the immortal aperture. It was not easy for Gu immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. It was almost impossible to protect the immortal aperture. The cultivation resources stored in the immortal aperture would often be greatly damaged. If Gu immortals wanted to continue cultivating, they would need to accumulate cultivation resources again. Some even had to start from scratch. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. Accumulate resources. Cultivating, growing in strength, transcending the tribulation. Accumulating resources once more. Cultivating, slowly growing in strength, transcending even stronger tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were getting heavier, but resources needed to be accumulated again. This greatly delayed the growth of Gu immortals' strength. Many Gu immortals did not have enough strength growth. They were stagnant. How could they deal with the increasingly terrifying calamities? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost to heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. He died and his Tao vanished. Fox Immortal was a classic example. She had survived the first 4 calamities, but on the 5th one, she encountered the blue charm shadow and perished. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu immortal blessed land, which was eventually obtained by Feng Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Feng Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, a woodpath Gu immortal might move all his woodpath resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a firepath calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected. Many firepath Tao marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the Woodpath Gu Immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture. They could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the Woodpath resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a Woodpath calamity and tribulation. In the end, the Woodpath Tao marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure, as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point. Leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away. It was more beneficial to the Gu Immortal's cultivation. Feng Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity, and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not compatible with his path. It was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Bai Yunxing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, he still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture. Because the immortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu Immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads. They needed to cultivate continuously. They had to improve greatly at every stage. They had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced, the loss of cultivation resources would be reduced, but the gain of Tao marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu Immortal's cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation. On the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength, and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger. The Gu Immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse. Resources could not be accumulated quickly. There was no hope of progress. It was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle. The Gu Immortal's strength would snowball. The more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era. It could change the Gu Immortal world. It could change the entire world. It could change the history of Gu Masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method. It had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method. It was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation, after modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu Master cultivation methods had been passed down since Renzu's era. There were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used, it was like Earth's Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu Immortal, they might find it hard to accept. They might even think it was wishful thinking. It was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status, but this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Feng Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth, he was open-minded. Traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward. History is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science. It develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie great expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method. He also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kong Ju. He used Rule Path Limitless Demon Venerable's achievements, and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Feng Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Feng Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good. But he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Feng Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple, it was very complex. Because every Gu cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different Gu worms. For example, Feng Yuan's strength path revival method needed a vast number of exert strength Gu, countless disappointment Gu, and all sorts of supplementary Gu to construct a multi-layered Gu formation. Feng Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt it was very interesting. When mortals started cultivating, they needed hope Gu to open their aperture. This method needed disappointment Gu, and also exertion Gu. Without hope, where would disappointment come from? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope. These two concepts were opposites, but they coexisted. They were like the concepts of life and death. Without either, there would be no meaning in the existence of the other. Feng Yuan planned in his mind. Disappointment Gu and exertion Gu only require mortal Gu. They are not hard to collect. There are also corresponding Gu recipes here. I can order the hairy men in the blessed land to refine them day and night. Even if the requirement is too high, I can complete it in 3 months. Once I complete it, I can immediately reincarnate and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. But the life and death immortal aperture obtained this way was not satisfactory. Because Feng Yuan's strength path immortal aperture had already collapsed by more than half. If he used the remaining dead aperture as the foundation, the life and death immortal aperture would naturally be weaker. Be it the area, environment, or foundation, they would all be worse. Especially when Feng Yuan was forced to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains, his immortal aperture's foundation was not high to begin with. It had 5,180,000 km2 of land. Compared to the 5 regions' time flow, it was 1 to 16. Low-grade blessed land had an area of 3 million km2. It could only produce 10 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time. It was poor in resources. Middle-grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million km2. It could produce 20 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the river of time. It was rich in resources. Feng Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a middle-grade blessed land. If he directly reincarnated this time, it would definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and most likely it would be the lowest grade of low-grade. Undoubtedly, this would be disadvantageous to Feng Yuan's future cultivation. And in this life and death immortal aperture revival method, there was a paragraph that moved Feng Yuan greatly. During the revival process, he could use the corpses of other strength path immortal zombies as immortal materials, and refine them in the Gu formation. The grade of the life and death immortal aperture would rise. It was not a problem to return to middle grade from a low-grade blessed land. As long as there were enough strength path immortal zombies, it was possible to become a high-grade blessed land. After the immortal zombie's dead aperture perishes, the Tao marks in the immortal aperture would land on the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies that were rich in Tao marks were unique immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui who would not have sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal corpses. At the end of this paragraph, it was clearly recorded. If he collected the immortal zombie body of the great strength true martial physique, and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture would surpass a high-grade blessed land, and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie is reborn, it would also transform into the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lulan had ascended to Gu immortal with the great strength true martial physique, and had a super-grade blessed land, Feng Yuan had a lot of understanding of this. Super-grade blessed land has a huge area of more than 5 million km2. Every year, it produces over 50 beads of immortal essence. Time passes very quickly, and the precious resources can be harvested very quickly. And the great strength true martial physique can increase my strength path battle strength by several times. Feng Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. From this point, the life and death immortal aperture revival method was also a superb method to raise a Gu immortal's aptitude. 10 extreme physiques, although they were powerful, the drawbacks were even greater. Because time passed quickly, calamities and tribulations would come even faster, more frequently, and their might would be even greater and more terrifying. This was a huge taboo for Gu immortal cultivation. Looking at history, it was known that none of the 10 venerables had 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu immortals, it was extremely rare to find one with 10 extreme physiques. In other words, the 10 extreme physiques could be invincible in the same rank, and could even challenge those of higher ranks, but without the potential to develop, they could not survive for long under the attacks of calamities and tribulations. But this biggest drawback did not exist for Feng Yuan. There was only one reason. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And the calamities and tribulations that the life and death immortal aperture faced would be reduced by half. This was completely acceptable. It was a virtuous cycle. If I collect ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies, I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land. But if I can collect an immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can obtain the great strength true martial physique, and obtain a super-grade blessed land. And the calamities and tribulations will only have half of their power. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I will be able to ascend to that rank 9 throne. Feng Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. If he could become a venerable with one of the 10 extreme physiques that had never appeared since ancient times, wouldn't that mean he would be the number 1 among rank 9 venerables? The number 1 in the world since ancient times? Don't forget that I still have my first mortal aperture. If my revival is successful, I will use this method to walk on time path and transform my first mortal aperture into a super-grade blessed land. By then, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the Guyue desolate Yin physique. 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. In time, a venerable with 2 of the 10 extreme physiques? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life, in this life, he wandered from place to place, taking risks between life and death. Finally, today at this moment, he found a bright path that led to eternal life. Eternal life was an illusory goal, but without sufficient strength, it was even more impossible to pursue. There are very few strength path immortal zombies to begin with. I have also joined Zombie Alliance. I cannot deal with my allies. How can I find a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie? There is only one ideal target in front of me. That is He Lulan. At this moment, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. Even though I only managed to escape Imperial Court blessed land by cooperating with you, and gained many benefits afterwards, it is quite pleasant. But for the ambition in my heart, I will sacrifice you. A silent smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face. Heartless. Cruel. Chapter 947. Since he had obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Feng Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Feng Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, they were not easy to cultivate. Great strength true martial physiques that cultivated to Gu immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Feng Yuan searched through records and memories but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulan was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Feng Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan was a formidable character. She was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her life and scheme. She was not so easy to trap. Secondly, He Lulan was not alone. She had Fairy Li Shan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other. They could not be separated. If Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan, he had to get rid of Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Fang Yuan, He Lulan knew the truth about Imperial Court Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Fang Yuan would be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world. The attraction of giant sun immortals' inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Fang Yuan. In conclusion, He Lulan was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. He Lulan, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique, and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Fang Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame He Lulan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Li Shan through letters, discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since He Lulan understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain blessed land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, then he pretended to go down to the earth trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path, while cultivating Wood Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dongfang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. Since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Fang Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Li Shan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea. Thus he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with He Lulan, then I can only settle for the next best thing. To gather a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies, and create a high-grade blessed land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement, to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Fang Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Fang Yuan often asked Fairy Li Shan for Information Path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Li Shan was on guard against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's development was too rapid. This third leader of snowy mountain blessed land was already wary of him. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Fang Yuan did not have much understanding of Information Path. His attainment was very low. He could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Fang Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional. Even though he did not make any progress in the Information Path, through his interactions with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation, he had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness strategy was indeed very wise. These last days, she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic Path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic Path Gu immortals had bad luck to begin with. It was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another. They suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Shwehu was helpless. There was no other reason. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness' side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shwehu's battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point. She focused on Old Ancestor Shwehu's weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shwehu's days very difficult. If he attacked easily, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be defenseless. The strongest Gu immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wan Shou, was skilled in refinement path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated information path. They did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shwehu attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughingstock of Northern Plains righteous path Gu immortals, especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. This person's bottom line was very low. Back then, she even destroyed a 9 Heavens fragment world. It was a hopeless situation. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only pieced together. Its defense was even lower than the original Blessed Land. Old Ancestor Shwehu had to defend against it. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shwehu had high battle strength, in the process of fighting against Zombie Alliance, he was always at a disadvantage. He had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old Ancestor Shwehu had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Feng Yuan had no other choice. He could only be patient and put most of his effort into refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Feng Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were refining diligently. The quantity of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Feng Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them. He kept them for himself. He refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, Feng Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine Gu worms, were mainly used to feed Immortal Gu and to construct Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered Star Form Land Spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in Star Form Blessed Land, using the space to nurture Star Fragment Grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the Guts Gu transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Feng Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance agreement, if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Feng Yuan. All along, Feng Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be defended. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Feng Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention old demon Feng Yuan. On this day, Feng Yuan was activating the refinement path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the immortal zombie's dead aperture, moving perspective cup Gu activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Feng Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father. He was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Feng Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. As the leader of a super force, He tribe, he had mysteriously disappeared for a long time. participating in the 100 Days battle. When he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, and was even being secretly pursued by He tribe. It turned out that in order to preserve his life, Heiching did not hesitate to give up the rank 6 immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of He tribe's strength. It was also their trump card, but he actually lost it. Even though Heicheng had a high status and authority, in this situation he was still punished by the tribe. The immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his. The core immortal Gu that formed it came from He tribe's 4 supreme elders. After the central continent Gu immortals divided Dark Prison, they brought the immortal Gu back to the sect. One of them had already been forcefully refined. Thus, He tribe's supreme elders knew that Heicheng had made a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. Heicheng naturally did not want to be punished. When he joined the Shadow Sect's operation, he had made an alliance agreement with the Shadow Sect. He could not leak any information about the Shadow Sect. This alliance had a very strong binding force. Heicheng could not explain it to the tribe, he could only escape. He tribe was not willing to give up. The immortal Gu House was extremely important. It had the ability to threaten others, they had to get it back. And the clue was on Heicheng. Thus, He tribe sent Gu immortals to chase after Heicheng. Both sides fought several times, Heicheng barely escaped. As the commotion grew, Fairy Li Shan found out about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that Heicheng was deserted. It was the best time to take revenge. To kill a Gu immortal, they needed numbers, it was safer. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. She wanted to make use of the alliance agreement that was nearing its end. Ignoring the fact that Fairy Li Shan's compensation was very generous, Fang Yuan thought of his unspeakable motive. This might be a good opportunity. He Lulan usually stayed in seclusion. Only during chaotic battles would Fang Yuan have the chance to make a move. Chapter 948. Escape. 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 A dark shadow, like a flying snake, rapidly passed through the wormwood. A moment later, the dark shadow dissipated with a loud sound. Heicheng fell from the sky, landing in the weeds. A clear stream gurgled past, right in front of him. Heicheng breathed heavily, lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to turn around. His current condition was extremely bad. There were countless injuries all over his body. Some were deep to the bone, some were still bleeding. Pain assaulted his entire body, but Heicheng was already numb to it. These injuries were from the intense battle with He tribe's pursuers. If not for He tribe wanting to capture Heicheng alive, with Heicheng's ability, he would not have been able to escape so many times. I am almost at my limit. Heicheng felt gloomy. He gritted his teeth and got up. Looking at his reflection in the stream, he smiled bitterly. Originally, he was suave and handsome, but now his face was pale, his lips were blue, his body was covered in blood. He was a fugitive. Suddenly, Heicheng's pupils shrunk to pin size. Like a startled venomous snake, he curled up his body at lightning speed. Who is it? Heicheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted towards a certain direction in the weeds. At the next moment, with a loud sound, air currents surged, countless weeds were uprooted, a path appeared. He Lulan wore a mask. She walked out with large strides. Her eerie black eyes shone with bone-deep hatred. It's you. Heicheng was shocked. He quickly stood up, but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely. He couldn't help but fall down again. Thankfully, he did not fall to the ground. He stabilized his body and squatted down, his muscles tensed. He had a fierce expression, but he could not conceal the anxiety in his heart. If he was captured alive by He tribe's Gu immortals, Heicheng might have a chance to live, although the chances were slim. But if he fell into He Lulan's hands, Heicheng would die for sure. His outcome would be unimaginably tragic. Heicheng, to think you would have such a day. He Lulan stood in front of Heicheng. Her body was straight like a spear, separated by a stream. She looked down at him from above. Fate was truly unpredictable. Who could have thought that Heicheng would actually fall to such a state today? Of course, He Lulan did not expect this. Therefore, when the peerless opportunity for revenge was placed in front of her, besides hatred and rage, there was also a trace of pity in her heart. The father and daughter looked at each other. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred, all at this moment. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Don't look at me like that. He Cheng roared, struggling to stand up. He could accept the hatred and anger in He Lulan's eyes. However, he could not accept that trace of compassion. I, the dignified He Cheng, don't need anyone's pity. Who? A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky flew swiftly. The surrounding wormwood swayed. The stream rippled. Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the wind. Good wind, good scenery. This nameless place is the perfect place for you, He Cheng, to die. He Cheng sneered. He could naturally hear the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He reluctantly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. A tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. What about the last one? Why is he not coming out? Feng Yuan was quietly hiding not far away, not moving. He was silent, as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. You are a tiger? You are just a defeated dog that is struggling on the line of life and death. Scoundrel, die. He Lulan could no longer suppress her anger. She took a huge step forward and punched. At that instant, there was a thunderous explosion in the air. An intense fist wind blew. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He felt a sense of desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but after being amplified by the large number of strength path Dao marks in the great strength true martial physique, its power has risen to such a level. Before this punch even hit He Cheng, the latter already felt an intense sense of suffocation. An incomparable sense of danger filled his body and mind. If this punch landed, He Cheng would definitely die on the spot. Escape. He Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow snake again, escaping towards the left. He Lulan's punch missed. She quickly chased after him. But He Cheng was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he was already more than 100 feet away from He Lulan. As it turned out, even though He Cheng lost the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, he had Immortal Goo Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect had specially designed an Immortal Killer move for He Cheng to increase his strength. This Immortal Killer move used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. Right now, He Cheng turned into a Shadow Snake and escaped. It was one of the Immortal Killer moves he used. He Cheng, stay here. Fairy Li Shan jumped out. The surrounding grass grew rapidly. Countless flowers bloomed in the air. Battlefield Killer move. Pear Orchard. He Cheng's body paused for a moment, but he quickly escaped out of the pear orchard, changing directions and escaping towards the west. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from the grass, blocking He Cheng. Feng Yuan had never exposed Xing Xiangzi's identity in front of Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He was currently using strength path battle strength. Feng Yuan secretly used wisdom path methods to deduce 3 locations. He secretly arranged strength path phantoms to guard them. As He Cheng escaped, he bumped into them, but was obstructed by Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms. But even so, He Lulan was still far from He Cheng. Seeing that He Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan was anxious. She transmitted to Feng Yuan. Quickly stop him. Feng Yuan immediately revealed himself. The true solid bat wings on his back flapped as he charged towards He Cheng. Fairy Li Shan frowned. She could see clearly that with Feng Yuan's speed, he would not be able to stop He Cheng. The truth was, Feng Yuan did not want to stop He Cheng. He had fought with He Cheng before, but times had changed. The situation was different now. He Cheng was undoubtedly He Lulan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he could make use of He Cheng. He could plot against He Lulan instead. Feng Yuan had wanted to use this chance to see if there was a possibility of capturing He Lulan. But when he saw He Cheng's severe injuries, Feng Yuan knew that the possibility was close to zero. If there was a possibility, Feng Yuan wanted to let He Cheng go and let him escape. But due to the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. He Cheng got rid of the surrounding obstacles. He looked back at Feng Yuan, snorting coldly. You finally came out? It is a pity you can't catch me. Saying so, he was about to use his Immortal Killer move again to escape. But at this time, an eagle cry resounded, almost bursting his eardrums. It was the illusion of a huge iron-crowned eagle. It appeared in the sky behind Feng Yuan. Iron Crown Eagle strength activated. Feng Yuan's speed rose rapidly. He flew like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and He Cheng. He Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly escaped. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, he only had rank 5 mortal goo. Feng Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was created by an immortal goo. It could only be activated with a certain chance. In the past, Feng Yuan had never used Iron Crown Eagle strength. Today he encountered such a good thing, but it went against his will. It seems that using time assistance luck to increase my luck before coming here was not appropriate. If I knew Heicheng was in such a state, I would not have had the chance. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He moved like an eagle. He pounced towards Heicheng. Heicheng was extremely slippery. He turned into a dark shadow snake that moved in different directions amidst the weeds. Feng Yuan attacked him several times, but he actually managed to escape by a hair's breadth. But Fairy Lishan and He Lulan were no longer anxious. They had excited expressions. With Feng Yuan harassing him, Heicheng could not escape anymore. After a few breaths of time, Fairy Lishan and He Lulan got close. Finally, the three surrounded Heicheng. Heicheng's expression was dark. He had a ruthless expression. He shouted with disheveled hair. "You want me to die? Don't think of having an easy time." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunder rumbled, shadows shot out, flowers and trees flew, strength rampaged, soil splattered everywhere. Without a doubt, Heicheng was suppressed. Feng Yuan and the rest had the upper hand. It is a pity that I can only keep 10 to 20% of it. That is my limit. If I keep any more, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan will see through it. They will lose trust and become suspicious. Seeing that Heicheng, this excellent chess piece, was about to die, Feng Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Feng Yuan had already fought Heicheng 3 times. The battle strength that Feng Yuan and the rest displayed was actually not much higher than the previous time. But Heicheng's condition was too bad. He had gone through 100 days of battle. His life's immortal essence was completely expended. These days he had been escaping and fighting with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus at this moment, under the combined attacks of Feng Yuan and the rest, Heicheng was heavily injured. He spat out blood. His defeat was imminent. Stop! Suddenly, an angry shout resounded in heaven and earth. A grand and piercing green light shone on this battlefield. Space tore open. A huge bronze hand grabbed at Heicheng from all directions. Feng Yuan and the rest reacted quickly, but the bronze hand actually affected time. It grabbed Heicheng at a seemingly slow speed. Green City Rampage. Heicheng looked like he had lost his parents. He could not move. He cried out in shock. He Lulan and the rest retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the olden antiquity era. It was ranked 3rd in the world back then. It was only below Heavenly Sage Jin Fan and Heavenly Giant Solar. He tribe had information about Green City Rampage. Everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World knew about it. At this moment, Green City Rampage appeared. It meant that the 4 strongest supreme elders of He tribe had arrived. Our He tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulan. At that moment, He Lulan could not move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Feng Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom. With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks. The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe, who were inside the Bronze Giant, shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? Chapter 949. The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all. It spread out wantonly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted, Hey Tribe's 4 Elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged. How dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters? The bronze giant raised his head and stared at the blazing heaven Demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the bronze giant's body. Sky-scorching Demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. Hei Ching and Hei Lulan are members of our Hei Tribe. Our Hei Tribe is handling our own matters. An outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the righteous path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. You have a heavy responsibility. You need to be careful. Then another voice said, Heaven Blazing Demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Shwehu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble? Ha 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 ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Lishan said, Old ancestor Shwehu's matter is not something you 4 Hei Tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter. Isn't it our family's matter? What do you mean? The shocked voices of the 4 Hei Tribe elders came from inside the bronze giant. At this moment, Feng Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. Big sister. Fairy Lishan suddenly shouted. The tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The blazing heaven Demoness laughter came to a stop as she stared at the bronze giant. A ball of flame ignited on the bronze giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the bronze giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move, Fire Prison. Amidst the flames, the bronze giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 Hei Tribe elders that formed the bronze giant were astonished. When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful. Even our unstoppable Ching Ching couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against. However, the 4 old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the angry bird attack that had struck the bronze giant's chest. And the place where the fire prison had just burned was the bronze giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when 2 or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power or effect resonance. Angry Bird and Fire Prison. These 2 immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The Blazing Sky Demoness first used the Angry Bird to bombard the bronze giant before using Fire Prison, immediately trapping Ching Ching unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the 4 elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the Fire Prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Dao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Dao marks. The Angry Bird landed on the bronze giant's chest, leaving behind Fire Path Dao marks for a short period of time. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these Fire Path Dao marks as a foundation. She activated Fire Prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the bronze giant temporarily. A Goo immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary Goo immortals could reach. Roar. The bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time. It was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Lishan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal battlefield killer move, Pear Garden and Mountain. The ground started to shake. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, Muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge, the terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge, a mound started to rise. Soon this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually the mound stopped rising, as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding 1,000 li, because of Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant. It was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the 4 elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Feng Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me, it is because of minuscule mountain? Feng Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Li Shan's pear garden and mountain is similar to Hataru. It has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Gu Immortal's Tao marks are permanently expended. Thus in history, Fairy Li Shan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Renzu recorded that the mountain was filled with abundant Tao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it in her immortal aperture, and the Tao marks on minuscule mountain became her foundation. They were used and expended by her. Thus, Pear Garden and Mountain's power was so terrifying. It far surpassed Feng Yuan's knowledge in his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were rank 7 Gu Immortals. Their ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was ranked 3rd in the world. But Fairy Li Shan used minuscule mountain to use Pear Garden and Mountain. Even the bronze giant that was comparable to rank 8 was imprisoned. She controlled the situation immediately. Feng Yuan and the rest were already floating in the air, looking down. The bronze giant was tall, but it was still shorter than the surrounding mountain peaks. Fairy Li Shan had already stopped controlling it. But the transformation of Pear Garden and Mountain was still continuing. In the valley formed by the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees stood tall. The tree roots were like countless green snakes, crawling and spreading rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, drifting with the wind like snow. Behind the bronze giant, a pair of thick and huge bronze wings grew. One of the 4 elders of He tribe cultivated transformation path. Thus, the bronze giant had such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was refined, its methods would be fixed. And ancient battle formations had different battle methods according to the abilities of the Gu immortals who used them. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage. However, countless thick roots had already bound the bronze giant's legs tightly. Humph! The bronze giant let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the luster on its body changed. It was like a fire was burning in the deepest part of its body. Its originally moss-covered bronze body had now turned into a dark red bronze body. Dark Path and Fire Path dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, deafening to the ears. A dark red, translucent shockwave. It burst out from the bronze giant's body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, the thick tree roots that were entangled together were like burning paper, turning into ashes. Boom! 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 The bronze giant shook 3 times. 3 powerful shockwaves swept away all the surrounding restraints. At once, dust clouds rumbled, the mountain shook, countless rocks fell. The powerful and ferocious aura caused Fairy Li Shan to take a small step back. He Lulan did not seem to feel it. Her fierce gaze was fixed on one of the bronze giant's hands. In this giant hand, her father, He Chung, was imprisoned. Feng Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He had gradually figured it out. It was clear that Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today's plan was to kill He Chung. And it was also targeted at him, Feng Yuan. I wanted to kill He Lulan, but I was tricked by them first. Feng Yuan looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before this, he had never thought that the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would have such a close relationship with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Feng Yuan's gaze and looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Feng Yuan snorted inwardly, turning his gaze away. He was in danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would bring him trouble, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was an obstacle he could not overcome. Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness definitely knew about it. Now is not the time to act rashly. Since they did not attack me directly, there is still room for discussion. Moreover, even if I escape, it is useless. I have joined Zombie Alliance now, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Most importantly, there is also the information path Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. It was laughable that Feng Yuan had asked Fairy Li Shan for advice on how to get out of the Zombie Alliance agreement. This means that my identity as Xing Xiangzi has been exposed. Since He Lulan already knows that I have star path cultivation, with her intelligence, she must have guessed that I have already taken star form blessed land for myself. He Lulan called Fairy Li Shan Little Ant. I thought it was just an affectionate nickname, like Big Brother or Little Brother. To think that it was really Little Ant. There is still Great Ant above Little Ant. And to think that He Lulan's Great Ant has such a huge origin. Chapter 950. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually He Lulan's aunt. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Feng Yuan's battle strength was at most rank 7. Against He Lulan, Feng Yuan had the advantage, but she had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be on guard against her counterattack. Against Fairy Li Shan, they could only be evenly matched. Once Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move was used, Feng Yuan would be at a disadvantage. He could not afford to be hit by this move. Against Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was at a huge disadvantage. Even though Feng Yuan had many immortal Gu, his bottom tier rank 6 cultivation level could not compare to his rank 8 cultivation level. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not fight against a rank 8. Feng Jioge was an exception. He was the only one in Central Continent in the past 1,000 years. It was impossible for Feng Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The enemy was so strong. Feng Yuan was in an absolute disadvantage. The only thing I can rely on now is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan back then. Allies can't kill each other. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Earlier, he had felt that this alliance agreement was a hindrance, but now he had to rely on it. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu Immortal. This alliance agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the strength to suppress me, but she has not done anything yet. If Fairy Li Shan really wanted to kill me, she would not have set up this situation. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my identity. Why did she sponsor me to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? This shows that they do not want to take my life. They have other motives. As for what they were after, Feng Yuan had a vague understanding. Overall, Feng Yuan's current situation was not life-threatening. This was also the reason why he did not move, and did not try to escape. Right when Feng Yuan was thinking about his safety, the trapped bronze giant in the pear orchard raised its head and roared. After a few killer moves in Ember, countless pear trees in the valley were reduced to ashes. Although they continued to grow from the soil, it would take some time for them to reach the feet of the bronze giant. Seizing this opportunity, another 2 pairs of bronze wings sprouted from the bronze giant's back. At the same time, the bronze giant's entire body changed. Its originally wide head turned into the head of an eagle, and its entire body became tall and slender. His hands and feet turned into sharp claws. Ooh! The 3 pairs of giant wings flapped in unison. At the same time, the bronze giant bent its knees, stomped on the ground, and soared into the sky. The ground trembled, and a huge pit appeared. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, mixed with countless ashes. This time, the bronze giant was no longer entangled by the tree roots, but it had just risen into the air. The 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force pulling the bronze giant. not letting it go far away. This is. Hey, Tribe's 4 elders were shocked. Every time the bronze giant ascended, it would exert a powerful suction force. It would skyrocket by 10 times. The bronze giant was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard the 3 pairs of wings flapped, the speed of the giant's ascent became slower and slower, until it slowly climbed up. It was like a snail. At its limit, it could not go more than 30 meters above the ground. Boom. Another sound. The bronze giant landed on the ground again. Hey, Tribe's 4 elders were silent. Needless to say, anyone could guess it. Their expressions were ashen right now. This was the true power of Pear Orchard in the mountain. Fairy Lishan mainly cultivated Information Path, while Dual cultivating Earth and Wood Path. Pear Orchard in the mountain was a battlefield killer move that combined Earth Path and Wood Path. Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Lishan used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original Pear Orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage. Even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Gu immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out. It landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense. Only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it. The deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. Hey, Tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the Gu formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless Gu worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. Hei Chung, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demoness. Hei Chung wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden. Soon he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Lishan's hands. Let him go. Hey, Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember, erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back. Like they were floating out of the water, they turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was Hei Tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense. With the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell. Grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Lishan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go. Blazing heaven demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fong Yuan, Hei Lulan, Fairy Lishan, and Hei Chung. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Feng Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing Heaven Demoness movement killer move. It was extremely fast. He Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But He Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down. They had to chase. He Cheng was acting as He Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling He Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their Gu immortal was kidnapped by someone else. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face. If they did not teach Blazing Heaven Demoness a lesson, in the future they would have to face other super forces, the righteous path, and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. He Tribe's immortal Gu House dark prison was already lost. If He Cheng was kidnapped, He Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. He Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of He Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. He Tribe's Gu immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. He Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it! Our headquarters cannot be lost. The Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Go. We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared, the muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. He Tribe is not chasing us, we are safe. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding Tenli was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Feng Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side, you two really hid it from me." "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Feng Yuan had occupied Star Form Blessed Land, and was disguised as Xingxiang Zi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you. I am willing to do anything for you. Keeping me alive is more useful to you." He Cheng struggled to get up. He had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing Heaven Demoness removed the fire chains from the others. Only He Cheng was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Feng Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Cheng as she scolded. "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman." He Cheng knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, "I am willing to do anything for you. I am willing to tell you all of He Tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor He Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian Heir get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything." But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. He Cheng turned to Blazing Heaven Demoness. "I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian Heir, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding." He Tribe was a superforce. It had a long history. Their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals. They were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall. It was like the ebb and flow of the tide. After you sing, I will appear. He Qing begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 blazing heaven Demonis. Against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him. Using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully he had He Fan's inheritance. He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But blazing heaven Demonis smiled coldly, looking at He Lulan. She said in a gentle tone. Your life is not mine. Whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want. I have already restrained He Qing. He is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me. He Qing knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related. Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit He Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jiang Yu to protect you. You cannot deny this. He Lulan looked down at He Qing, seeing his panicked expression. She frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then she fiercely kicked He Qing. I will only ask you one question. He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know. He Qing seemed to see hope in living. He Lulan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice. Mother loved you so much. She trusted you so much. She knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much. How could you do it in the end? He Qing was stunned. He was originally on the ground, tied up. He was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by He Lulan's question. At this moment he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing He Qing's muddy hair. His eyes turned red. The scenes of him and Su Xian'er loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me? But I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Sob. After answering, He Qing no longer had the strength to support his body. He fell to the ground. He was like an old dog or a rotten prawn curled up, sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. He Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as He Qing's intermittent sobbing. He Qing's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death, there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Feng Yuan only knew. Since ancient times, no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time, emotions surged out of He Lulan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Su Xian'er, He Lulan's mother. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Su Xian'er died, she left He Lulan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, He Lulan was able to activate immortal Gu even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing heaven Demonis' eyes were also red. She showed guilt and regret on her face. He Lulan lowered her head, looking at He Qing indifferently, as if she was in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated behind He Lulan. She stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly. Let him go, look at how pitiful he is. After killing me, He has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No, even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death. Even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go. Letting him go is letting yourself go. Xiaolan, don't live in hatred. Don't live in the past, you should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father, it is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation, it leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good. He Lulan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Next she raised her foot. She stomped down. Like what blazing heaven demoness had said. He Cheng was as weak as a mortal. Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian'er was stunned. Next she looked at He Lulan as she turned around saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, mother. Just like how you knew back then, but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die? Ha, I am not that weak." Xiaolan. Fairy Lishan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Xiaolan. Blazing heaven demoness muttered. She wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. So that's it, I think I understand. Feng Yuan had been observing their expressions. Chapter 951. Central Continent Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioga. To Feng Kim Hong, there was no news of her father. He was trapped in an outer region. It was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink. She was not in the right state of cultivation. She wiped her face with tears. She was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim Hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely. Only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface, she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter." A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Hong turned around, and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother." Feng Kim Hong could not hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Hong gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right?" Feng Kim Hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her. She shook her head. "Even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father? Huang, don't cry. Let me tell you a story." This was a story from the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter, who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Feathermen will not be bound. Renzu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Renzu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son Verdant Great Son was like this. His daughter Boundless Forest Samsara was also like this. At this time, Self-Gu and Renzu's heart spoke. "O human, you want to save your son Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Renzu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh, what method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way, you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your sun verdant great sun onto your path and leave the gate of life and death. You will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your sun verdant great sun will be able to escape death and obtain a new life. Renzu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus he decided to let boundless forest samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his sun verdant great Sunday. Renzu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beast man. This beast man was very strong. His muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over, don't come over. I'm scared." Renzu felt strange. He asked, "Oh beast man, what are you afraid of?" The beast man said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It is always following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around. I am tired, thirsty and hungry. I cannot hold on any longer." Renzu felt it was funny. "Oh beast man, you have such a strong body, but you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Renzu. "Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my fear goo, he. Fear goo? Renzu took a step back, his expression changing. Once fear goo appeared, Renzu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear goo laughed even more arrogantly, before saying to the beast man, "I will let you off for now, little beast man, you pitiful worm." The beast man was freed. He collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear goo turned around, facing Renzu. "Oh human, you dare to look down on my fear goo. Now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the fear goo directly entered Renzu's heart. Renzu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear goo made him afraid of wind. Every time there was wind, Renzu would scream in fear. Fear goo made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day he would go into caves, or hide under the shade of trees. Fear goo made Renzu afraid of leaves. Thus Renzu left the forest. Any tree could make him scream. Fear goo made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, fear goo made Renzu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Renzu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by fear goo, he could not move far. When fear goo understood Renzu's goal, it made Renzu afraid of death. Renzu did not dare to go to the door of life and death, because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Renzu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Goo sighed. "Oh human, death is not scary. What is scary is the fear in your heart." "That's right." Fear goo heard this and said proudly, "Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of." After Fairy Bai Ching finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Ching looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, "Huang Er, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead. He might not be dead. One day, I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment, she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Ching. She gritted her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate. I will no longer have fear in my heart. No matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong. How can I embarrass my parents?" Such a good child. Fairy Bai Ching concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system, expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically. The other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents. There would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Baiqing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jioji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jioga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Baiqing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Baiqing. Fairy Baiqing loved Feng Jioga deeply. She naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child. Feng Jioga was so powerful, but there was no news of him. She could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Baiqing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now, He Cheng's soul was also captured. He would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture. I will take it out temporarily. Little Lon, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights. Once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Don't look at me like that. He. This aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. I learned his aperture-taking method and created this Fire Path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy. Her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Chapter 952. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Feng Yuan with a cold smile. Feng Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "No rush, I am waiting for someone." "Oh. Who?" Fairy Li Shan was surprised. "It's me." A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk. They turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength. If he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. "Old Ancestor Shuahu," He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader." Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry. She had a surprised expression. The person had an old face, but he was in good spirits. His snow-white beard was very thick. It reached his feet. Right now, his aura was concealed. There was no aura left. He was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried. They were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. After the Battle of Rank 8s, he was even called the strongest Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Old Ancestor Shuahu. Facing old ancestor Xuehu, only blazing heaven demoness had a calm expression. Xuehu, your gains were good, right? Old ancestor Xuehu nodded, saying slowly. Even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a superforce with deep foundations. This time, we infiltrated Iron Eagle blessed land and gained a lot. So it turned out. He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after Heicheng, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old ancestor Xuehu sneaked into Iron Eagle blessed land to collect Gu refinement materials. He plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely. They are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demoness actually allied with old ancestor Xue, who to deal with He tribe? Feng Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked old ancestor Xue who to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be able to escape so easily. As for old ancestor Xuehu, his battle strength could be said to be number 1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting old ancestor Xuehu's weakness. Old ancestor Xuehu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials. Even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them, but most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old ancestor Xuehu waved his hand and tens of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them, there was even a slumbering immortal zombie. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Old ancestor Xuehu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods. It used an unknown immortal killer move to fall into slumber. Old ancestor Xuehu's actions were slightly bigger. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation. The immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old ancestor Xuehu is a trustworthy person. Then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain. Both sides will stop fighting. Old ancestor Xuehu's eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled. Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there, now that He tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle blessed land again. After this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance in the blessed land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack He tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, clapping. Good. I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old ancestor Xuehu nodded, his figure gradually dissipated. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, old ancestor Xuehu did not even glance at He Cheng's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Xuehu were still locked in battle, but now, they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand. This was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old ancestor Xue, who was known as the number 1 Gu immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demoness, but this time he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the number 1 expert. However, Feng Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu immortals were also humans, they cared about benefits. In fact, Gu immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu immortals would not do this. Gu immortals wanted to develop themselves well, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while, the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like old ancestor Xuehu and blazing heaven Demonis could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together to fight against old ancestor Xuehu, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that old ancestor Xuehu won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu stopped. Because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing. But there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it old ancestor Xuehu or blazing heaven Demonis, they knew their limits. This time, both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it blazing heaven Demonis or old ancestor Xuehu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique immortal zombie body, and the immortal zombie bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered He Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the Super Force He Tribe. He Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say, He Tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of He Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gu immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that old ancestor Xuehu had left, blazing heaven Demonis turned around and faced Feng Yuan. Now let's talk about you, Feng Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Feng Yuan by his name, and no longer called him Xing Xiangzi. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Feng Yuan's heart surged. Feng Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you 3 have to say. Blazing heaven Demonis frowned. She, Fairy Lishan, and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Cheng. Moreover, they schemed against He Tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Feng Yuan to take a step back, so that their plans would succeed. But now, it seemed that Feng Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing heaven Demonis did not speak, but Fairy Lishan said solemnly, Feng Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands. So what? Feng Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Lishan provocatively. At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Feng Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death? The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between blazing heaven Demonis, Fairy Lishan, and He Lulan was exposed, Feng Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since blazing heaven Demonis knew Xing Xiangzi's true identity, why did she fund Feng Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Feng Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between blazing heaven Demonis, Fairy Lishan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these 3 female immortals looked like a family. They had a close relationship. But in reality, the relationship between the 3 was really subtle. They were not completely united. When Feng Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Feng Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demoness' brows furrowed even tighter. Feng Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Feng Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness' bottom line was very low back then. She could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Feng Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal goo like him. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Feng Yuan. He only needed a thought to destroy it. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as Blazing Heaven Demoness who destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Feng Yuan's immortal goo refinement, and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Feng Yuan were all owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness by Feng Yuan. Regardless of whether Feng Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the immortal goo, Feng Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would collect interest. If Feng Yuan refined the immortal goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any immortal goo from Feng Yuan as compensation. The any immortal goo was crucial. Blazing Heaven Demoness was after the self-strength immortal goo in Feng Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Feng Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength immortal goo in your possession. Return the immortal goo to Little Lan. It is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have done so long ago. It would not be so troublesome. But even as a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not snatch the immortal goo. The goo worm was already refined by Feng Yuan. He only needed to think about it, and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Xuehu, his ice path attainment level was not low. But he could not take away the mysterious immortal goo in the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body. Unless a wisdom path goo immortal made a move and suppress Feng Yuan. To the point where Feng Yuan could not even think about it. Or Theft Path had great accomplishment. Theft Path was the path that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created. His signature immortal killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless goo immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan did not have wisdom path methods. Theft Path had always been non-mainstream. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was the one who created it, other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the other 2 immortals had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the immortal goo in Feng Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small. Especially when Feng Yuan had wisdom path attainment to begin with, Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly asked for self-strength immortal goo. Feng Yuan was silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not a reason. Feng Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal goo was very appropriate. If not for Feng Yuan saving He Lulan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say, Feng Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. But Feng Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it. There was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then, when Feng Yuan saved He Lulan, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and He Lulan would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant, my strength is too low. Feng Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak. He was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card. It is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu immortal. When she snatched Dongfang Blessed Land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that immortal Gu are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie, who fell into old ancestor Xuehu's hands? The third card is Zishan Makoto. He Lulan and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then, I used this lie to deceive Tai Bai Yinsheng. But to think that at this moment, it has become my greatest trump card. Feng Yuan was not wrong at all. After Blazing Heaven Demoness learned of Zishan Makoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Makoto's mysteriousness made Blazing Heaven Demoness feel some wariness. If Zishan Makoto was a rank 8 Gu immortal, capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just found trouble with old ancestor Xuehu. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Xuehu. Even if Zishan Makoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple. And a sect. Feng Yuan called himself a junior disciple. He had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Makoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Makoto? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely kept in the dark. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had obtained information from them, and had also been led into a huge pit. Feng Yuan was silent. This made the Blazing Heaven Demoness a little impatient, and she urged, Feng Yuan, if you have any requests, you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Feng Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer Blazing Heaven Demoness' question. Instead, he asked, did you tamper with the Gu refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought immortal Gu? Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Feng Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine Gu, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing Heaven Demoness answered. That's because your fire path attainment has not reached the great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few Dao marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement. It will destroy the refinement. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. If Feng Yuan succeeded, how could she threaten Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan did not linger on this topic. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength immortal Gu, but I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's spirits rose. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Feng Yuan with slight surprise. She clapped. Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement. Feng Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path Gu immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Feng Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Feng Yuan continued. Secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal Gu, this is not a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses as possible. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 954. He Lulan was protected by the blazing heaven demoness, so Feng Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade blessed land was not enough, a high grade blessed land was also very good. For this, Feng Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary strength path immortal zombie corpses. And in northern plains, who could be more capable than blazing heaven demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course, Feng Yuan's excuse was also very dignified. If I give you self-strength immortal goo, I will not have any useful strength path immortal goo anymore. He had to refine a new strength path immortal goo to replace it. And this immortal goo recipe needs a large number of strength path immortal zombie corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. It also prevented blazing heaven demoness from refusing. The blazing heaven demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestor Shui who had returned, there were many strength path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Feng Yuan, then blazing heaven demoness contribution to zombie alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old ancestor Shui who made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard. Against a rank 8 enemy, Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Shui who also understood this. After knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought to herself, I can give all of my strength path immortal zombie bodies to Feng Yuan. This matter could be pushed to old ancestor Shui who no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Feng Yuan wants to use a strength path immortal zombie to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine, failure was normal. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head, saying to Feng Yuan, if your goo refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying strength path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of Zombie Alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this, you name a number? If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Feng Yuan thought for a moment, and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a strength path immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of strength path immortal zombies obtained by Feng Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine goo 3 times. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Feng Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Feng Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the blazing heaven demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return self-strength immortal goo to you on the spot. Feng Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now it's time to state my conditions. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next words surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine Star Thought immortal goo. Feng Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Feng Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Feng Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. "Big sister, be careful of your injuries." Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small. But when she saw Fang Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into Blazing Heaven immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "The time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way. I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier. I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier." Nirvana Fire? Fang Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier, he did not care about it, because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard Blazing Heaven Demoness words, Fang Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. If I use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, I will become a normal goo immortal. My remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom goo will not be able to be used. Because even under the light of wisdom, my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture, the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method can only be used once. It cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method, I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. That would be great. I can use wisdom goo even better. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed Fang Yuan's expression. Seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out immortal goo, saying to Fang Yuan, "This is my third request. You have to accept this gift." If it was an ordinary mortal goo, Fang Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal goo that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out made Fang Yuan's gaze focus. He could not move it away. There was no other reason. This mortal goo had extraordinary value. Even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued. "Fang Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This lifespan goo can increase your lifespan by 60 years. After you return to your human form, you will not become an old man." Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing Heaven Demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Fang Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method. It could allow Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie, and use wisdom goo freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo. It was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been searching for. These 3 requests, rather than saying that they were Blazing Heaven Demoness conditions, they were alluring Fang Yuan. Facing this huge temptation, while Feng Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus he cupped his fists towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, saying solemnly, "I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request." Feng Yuan could not reject it, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha! Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Feng Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Feng Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one, she was interested in the guts goo business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of guts goo. Thirdly and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yunxing could cooperate with her, and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal goo to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Feng Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal goo, or the deduction of incomplete immortal goo recipes and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Feng Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto, for a deep discussion. Feng Yuan pondered for a long time, thinking carefully. He could totally let go of the first request. The eerie fire dragon python belonged to the fire path. It might be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but to Feng Yuan, it was dispensable. Second, Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to get involved in the guts goo trade and push Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House down. Feng Yuan could agree to that. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, the guts goo trade might expand. Third, Feng Yuan could ask Tai Bai Yunxing for help. The latter would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. Fourth, regarding fixed immortal travel, it was the same. Feng Yuan would not lend immortal goo. At most, he would travel with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Feng Yuan agreed to the fifth request. Chapter 955. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces, there was an old tower, standing tall. This tower was covered in scars. It had over 3 million years of history. It was famous. It was the immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path goo formation. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge goo formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court goo immortals let out a breath of air. Their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lian Jiusheng's body shook. He could not stand stably. He directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Shui's forehead was full of sweat. Bai Chen Tian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 immortal goo fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the goo formation, Bai Shui and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step, that was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless, a human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally, they succeeded. All right. This time, the repair of Fate Immortal Goo was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the goo formation, at Fate Immortal Goo floating in the air. This was Fate Immortal Goo. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body. It had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Chen Tian sighed. With this successful restoration, Fate Gu can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lian Jiusheng said excitedly. Oh, what is its use? Bai Tsang Shui didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired. He smiled in relief. Fate Immortal Gu's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Immortal Gu, the world became chaotic. Right now, Fate Immortal Gu had 50% of its power. Its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains, the Blazing Heaven Demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Feng Yuan replied to the Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for the sixth request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Makoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. After patiently discussing, both sides set a new alliance agreement on the spot. This alliance agreement was hard to violate. Feng Yuan used his previous life's experience to avoid any loopholes in the alliance agreement. It greatly increased the difficulty of violating it. Feng Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would need at least 2 to 3 years of preparation. Only then could she violate it. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan was not an Information Path Great Grandmaster yet. After the alliance agreement was signed, Feng Yuan's safety was guaranteed. He followed the agreement. In front of his 2 aunts, he returned Self-Strength Immortal Gu to He Lulan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan was still satisfied with the result of the negotiation. Frankly speaking, the negotiation led by Blazing Heaven Demoness was not harsh at all. Feng Yuan's unwillingness to hand over Self-Strength Immortal Gu was another matter. It could not be discussed for now. Feng Yuan's gains this time were already very high. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not touch Feng Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Starform Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention the Time Luck Immortal Gu that she obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This showed that she truly wanted to cooperate with Feng Yuan. Be it Wisdom Path Attainment or Fixed Immortal Travel, Feng Yuan's value was huge. If they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not act forcefully. After all, in her heart, there was still a Zishan Makoto standing behind Feng Yuan. He Lulan received Self-Strength Immortal Gu. With Feng Yuan's conscious backing down, she quickly refined it. Returning the item to its owner, He Lulan sighed as she activated her Immortal Gu. At once, her body shook 3 times, forming 3 Strength Path Phantoms. These 3 Strength Path Phantoms no longer looked like the boorish men from before. Instead, they looked extremely similar to He Lulan, and their figures were almost identical beauties. Fairy Li Shan saw this and was overjoyed. Little Lan, you have finally resolved your biggest problem. You have found your true self. He Lulan nodded happily. After she killed He Qing personally, she felt like her world had changed. Her breathing became much smoother. She felt like she had a new life. These Strength Path Phantoms in front of her were solid proof. He Lulan smiled, turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Aunt, don't you want He Fan's Time Path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan call her aunt. Her body shook in excitement. She knew that He Lulan hated her. After all, back then, if not for her injuries, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself in the process of gathering information. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness was He Lulan's mother's killer. He Lulan continued. Next, I will return to He tribe and infiltrate it. Next, I will activate He Fan's inheritance and inherit it. No. Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan rejected her in unison. He Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then Su Xian'er died because of this. He Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian'er's footsteps. How could the two ants allow the tragedy to repeat itself? Ants, don't worry, I have been planning for this for a long time. He Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The four supreme elders, after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. He Cheng's death has caused He tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days, there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with He tribe. After all, He tribe's strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate He tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This super force should have a new master. He Lulan's ambition was so great that even Feng Yuan was shocked. Old ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal a batch of resources, he even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent He tribe from taking revenge. He Lulan, however, wanted to take over He tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness' tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. He Lulan looked at the two ants fearlessly, smiling. I know ants care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made. I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other, speechless. He Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her ants and Feng Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. All right, you can rest assured, He Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal Gu. Attitude Gu? At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Feng Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude Gu was a legendary immortal Gu. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu, and was one of the immortal Gu that Feng Yuan was pursuing. Because Attitude Gu was the core immortal Gu of Familiar Face. Feng Yuan had the modified immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. If he fused Attitude Gu into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled expression. This Gu was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave Attitude Gu to her. He Fengyu was spoiled rotten. As a mortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal Gu. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and disappeared without a trace. Attitude Gu also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. He Lulan's lips curled up. She played with Attitude Gu in her hands. That's right, I obtained this Attitude Gu from the northern icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains? Wait, don't tell me. That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain, because I obtained clues about Attitude Gu. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue Attitude Gu. Haha, I will not talk about the details. He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She sized up He Lulan again, her heart filled with complex emotions. There was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that He Lulan had subdued Attitude Gu, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Li Shan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed in her heart. He Lulan wore her mask and said plainly, From today onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped her hands and laughed. Wonderful. With Attitude Gu and the genuine He tribe bloodline, there is a lot of room for success. Feng Yuan was shaken. Don't tell me He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 956. Feng Yuan looked at He Lulan with rapt attention. He Lulan was wearing a mask. Her appearance had already changed greatly. She was wearing a black gold armor. She had short hair and shining eyes, giving off a heroic aura. She had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She looked exactly the same as the fairy black moon that Feng Yuan had seen in the 500 years of his previous life. Attitude Gu does not affect my eyes, but my heart. What I see now is still He Lulan wearing attitude Gu. But what I feel in my heart is the appearance of another person. There is no such coincidence in this world. It seems that He Lulan is fairy black moon without a doubt. After Feng Yuan thought of this, he finally understood the inside story of the 500 years of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lulan became the victor of the imperial court contest. She was a tyrant in history and was assassinated. But the truth was she did not die. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After that, she returned to Northern Plains and led Central Continent's Gu Immortals to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. Then how did He Lulan get in contact with Spirit Affinity House? Feng Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lulan succeeded in the contest and entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, obtaining Mo Yao's will. But under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how much influence Mo Yao's will had, Feng Yuan did not know. But his intuition told him that this should be the truth of history. But in this life, because of Feng Yuan's interference after rebirth, the situation became chaotic. Mo Yao's will influenced Feng Yuan, and almost caused Feng Yuan to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already created a huge influence on Central Continent in the future. The butterfly effect was truly unimaginable. But now, He Lulan is still in Northern Plains. Then who will Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House choose to take on the role of fairy? Will it be Feng Kim Hong? Feng Yuan let his thoughts run wild. He felt that in this life, He Lulan was no longer here. Feng Kim Hong was the most likely candidate to inherit the fairy's position. Zhao Lianyun, you will be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. As long as you can successfully inherit this inheritance. Standing at the entrance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, Spirit Affinity House's wisdom path Gu Immortal Su Hao said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed by a huge circle of light, and a determined expression appeared on her face. I don't care about the current generation fairy. I just want to save Brother Ma Hongyan as soon as possible. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed from a huge ring of light, showing a determined expression. I don't care about the fairy of the current generation. I only want to save Brother Ma Hongyan as soon as possible. Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning was standing beside Su Hao and smiled charmingly. Cute little sister, this is Thieving Heaven's inheritance. As long as you succeed in inheriting it, then you will have the strength. If you save your brother lover, there's a high chance of success. Zhao Lianyun blushed, but her eyes were clear. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to fool. Zhao Lianyun asked, I am only a mortal. Can this inheritance let me immediately ascend and become a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Immortal Li Juning was stumped. In fact, she did not know the details of the inheritance. She looked at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao and continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun. Even if you do not ascend immediately, after inheriting Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will be the strongest competitor for Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Don't look down on this position. As long as you become the current generation fairy, you will be able to borrow the sect's strength. Go save your brother. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only a superforce like us can deal with old ancestor Shui, who and save your brother Ma Hongyan. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not say anything else. She walked into the light door with firm steps and vanished. Do you think she can succeed? Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning sighed, showing a worried expression. Su Hao was confident. I have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If she cannot succeed, who can? She paused. Su Hao continued. I know you are worried that the inheritance will have a difficult test. But Zhao Lianyun is only a mortal, she might not be able to pass it. But you really do not know much about this. After all these years of research, I have already confirmed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance tests qualifications the most. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can inherit the inheritance without any dangers or other tests. I wonder how much Zhao Lianyun will grow after inheriting this inheritance. Li Juning heard her husband's words and felt more at ease. She smiled. Even if Zhao Lianyun becomes an immortal immediately, I will not be surprised. You know, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing. Hee, compared to ascending to an immortal directly, I would rather obtain his formless hands. Back then, if I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have lost to Feng Jioge. Su Hao said this as he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an obscure light of hatred. Any organization would have internal strife. Spirit Affinity House was naturally not an exception. After Feng Jioge disappeared, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House had tacitly made things difficult for Fairy Baiqing. And this couple, Su Hao and Li Juning, were the main faction of the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning smiled as she consoled her husband. Some time ago, Heaven's Envy Manor spread bad news. Ao Shui and Ling Mei, the two Gu immortals, are confirmed dead. And there is no news of Feng Jioge. He has been missing for so many days. I'm afraid he is already dead. Why bother with a dead person? Su Hao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Back then, Feng Jioge was so awe-inspiring. His words were practically absolute in the sect. He suppressed us for so many years. I was sent here to comprehend Thieving Heaven's inheritance, because he wanted to push me out of the center of power. But fortunately, I became the person who understood Thieving Heaven's inheritance the most. I was in charge of this matter and had the highest authority. Otherwise, how could we openly control Zhao Lianyun? Back then, after Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created divine concealment, he no longer faced any calamities and tribulations. But this has its pros and cons. Calamities and tribulations are not completely useless. They are the main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks. In the future, even though you will not face any calamities or tribulations and will be extremely safe, you will not be able to increase your Dao marks through calamities and tribulations. Your accomplishments will be limited. Unless you use Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's other methods to assist your cultivation. In historical records, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved around as he probed. Divine concealment is so amazing. Then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who was speaking confidently, was stumped, while Li Juning also shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, while the latter is extremely mysterious. There have been many speculations and opinions, but they are all unreliable. There has never been a publicly acknowledged correct answer. Su Hao said. Li Juning said in an eerie tone. But since they are equally famous, they must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, saying shocking words. Besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. The other Thieving Heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley, and the content of the inheritance there is ghostly concealment. What? The second Thieving Heaven inheritance. And it is hidden in Luopa Valley. Su Hao and Li Juning were shocked and overjoyed. They looked at each other with bright light shining in their eyes. Chapter 957. Su Hao and Li Juning were very sharp. The news that Zhao Lianyun brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Juning thought of was not Thieving Heaven's inheritance, but Feng Jioge. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu immortals, they were almost certain. The reason why Feng Jioge went missing was probably because he was trapped in Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Thieving Heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Jioge. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. After deducing, he said, "Then what do we do now?" Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Jioge to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Jioge was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was undoubtedly the key to this rescue, and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom. With a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City, there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal Gu masters. It was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor. Only Gu immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Feng Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star-Thought Immortal Gu failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Feng Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the refinement path Gu formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a formation path Gu immortal. He could not construct a refinement path Gu formation of this level. Feng Yuan tried to refine Star-Thought Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of Gu refinement immortal materials. This time, the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Feng Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps, when the Gu refinement failed. A violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path Gu formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the Gu immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal Gu masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Dao marks that are hard to control. These Dao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Dao marks can stabilize, that is rank 6 Star-Thought Immortal Gu. At this step, it is purely up to luck. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it Gu masters, desolate beasts, or desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks. They had to use Gu worms to indirectly use the Dao marks. Thus, when Gu immortals refine Gu, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control the changes between the Dao marks either. This was an inappropriate analogy. Refining a rank 6 immortal Gu was like playing bowling. The Gu immortals' early preparation was to make the bowling ball in their hands move according to the trajectory they had planned. And at the end of the long path, there were 100 holes. Only when the bowling ball entered the correct hole could the Gu refinement succeed. The Gu immortal could at most guarantee that the bowling ball would roll according to their plan in the early and middle stages of the path. At the latter half of the path, the ground was uneven and full of holes. The bowling ball's rolling trajectory would change at will, and the Gu immortal could not influence it. Therefore, whether or not the bowling ball could get into the only hole depended on luck. Although Blazing Heaven Demoness is no longer tampering with the immortal materials, her assistance is not free. I need to repay her. Refining immortal Gu is too difficult, and the success rate is too low. Maybe I can ask the land spirit of Langia. He should have some powerful refinement path immortal Gu, or some special refinement path methods that can increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. In history, Long-Hair Ancestor was known as the #1 immortal of all time in refinement path. The number of immortal Gu he refined in his life was shocking. Although Long-Hair Ancestor died, he left behind the land spirit and the intact Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan's Gu refinement failed again, and he was even injured. He decided to seek guidance from the land spirit of Langya and seek a breakthrough, even if he had to pay a terrible price. I suggest you try refining a strength path Immortal Gu first. At this time, Fairy Lishan walked over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Lishan could not stay in snowy mountain blessed land any longer. Ever since the battle of killing Heicheng, Fairy Lishan had been staying in Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was also exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a group of immortal zombies to obstruct the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They were very accurate and efficient. Actually, it was Fairy Lishan who had secretly leaked the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Lishan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster. Although she was bound by the Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement, she was very good at it, and only suffered light injuries after breaking the agreement to help Blazing Heaven Demoness. How could old ancestor Xuehu tolerate such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced that he would expel Fairy Lishan and view her as the enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lishan had offended the largest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was also welcomed by Zombie Alliance. With her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness, she was naturally one of them. Moreover, she was a great contributor to Zombie Alliance in suppressing old ancestor Xuehu. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Lishan was highly respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan felt that Fairy Lishan's words had a deeper meaning. He frowned. Fairy, please enlighten me. Fairy Lishan sighed. The situation has changed. I'm afraid Big Sister's assistance in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu will have to stop for some time. Why? Fang Yuan did not understand. Could it be that the alliance agreement had just been signed? She, Blazing Heaven Demoness, wanted to break the agreement? That was unlikely, because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the one who suggested funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. Fairy Lishan explained the reason in detail. Fang Yuan understood now. It turned out that Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Xuehu reached a compromise. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance stopped fighting. This had a huge impact on Northern Plains. The conflict between the two factions had already attracted a lot of attention. Even the other regions had their eyes on this place. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Xuehu knew their limits. They reached a compromise. This chaotic conflict quickly calmed down. Northern Plains' righteous path forces. They were still watching excitedly, wanting to see a good show of dogs biting each other. At once, they were caught unprepared. After the battle ended, other than rewards, Zombie Alliance's headquarters also gave them a mandatory mission. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together and use all the resources they had to refine a giant immortal Gu formation. This Gu formation's only use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If they encountered a situation similar to old ancestor Xuehu's theft, the Gu formation would activate. It would defend. If they could not defend, the power of the Gu formation could transport these immortal zombie corpses out of Northern Plains. This time, Zombie Alliance's spending is too shocking. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the other 3 branches, including the headquarters, are also constructing this giant immortal Gu formation. Just the immortal Gu we have here will be using 13. We will also have countless supplementary mortal Gu. Most of the immortal Gu will be sent by the headquarters. A small portion will be refined by our branch. So now, Dark Flow Giant City will gather almost all the immortal zombies to refine Gu on a large scale. Dark Flow Giant City's storage is definitely not enough. The immortal zombies will have to pay for it themselves. Fairy Lishan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would have to pay for it themselves. They would not be contributing for free. Zombie Alliance's headquarters would give out a large number of contribution points, far more than the usual amount. It was used to compensate the members. This was a rarely seen action by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. The huge compensation of contribution points stimulated the immortal zombie members' passion for Gu refinement. As long as they participated in the mission and consumed the immortal materials, regardless of success or failure, they would be able to exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. This was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Moreover, after this goo formation was created, Zombie Alliance's graveyard would no longer be a problem. The immortal zombies of Zombie Alliance were also happy to see the creation of this super large immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so. Thus she could not continue to subsidize Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought immortal goo was obstructed. He could not even use the goo refinement secret room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Feng Yuan and Fairy Lishan were outsiders. But Fairy Lishan was much more popular than Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, "It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end." But the reason was not the matter of old ancestor Shui, who's stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Feng Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demoness was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Feng Yuan. If not for the fact that Feng Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demoness, making her choose to cooperate with him, Feng Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Feng Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Feng Yuan looked at Fairy Lishan and said. Fairy Lishan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demoness had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to pay Feng Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Feng Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay. Otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Feng Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Feng Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Chapter 958. Feng Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was very satisfied with Blazing Heaven Demoness' compensation. Firstly, the immortal materials that Blazing Heaven Demoness had provided to Feng Yuan were all written off. Feng Yuan did not need to make any repayment. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness had lent 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo to Feng Yuan, as well as a large number of Mortal Goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, along with countless Mortal Goo, could form the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She funded Feng Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, paying a large number of precious immortal materials. But in the end, Feng Yuan did it for nothing. He did not need to repay Blazing Heaven Demoness anything. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with those immortal materials, Feng Yuan had gained a lot of practical experience. He was very familiar with the process of refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Feng Yuan already knew the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. What immortal goo to use as the core, how many supplementary mortal goo were needed, the sequence of activation of the goo worms. He knew all of these details. But to use this killer move, there was a condition. The Goo Immortal's Fire Path Dao marks had to be expended. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this point. It was a small trap in the alliance agreement. She wanted to use this to increase her control over Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks. If he wanted to use Nirvana Fire to revive, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to use Nirvana Fire on him personally. Feng Yuan's previous plan was to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, to use another immortal goo as the core, but it would have the same or similar effect. And the new core immortal goo would be the immortal goo that Feng Yuan currently had. This modification was very difficult. Ordinary wisdom path Gu immortals did not have this confidence, but Feng Yuan was very confident. The reason was, his Hu immortal blessed land contained wisdom Gu. The effect of rank 9 wisdom Gu was simply amazing. Feng Yuan had to do this. The life and death immortal aperture revival method could allow him to revive, but he could only use it once per immortal aperture. After rebirth, he could not use wisdom Gu. If Feng Yuan improved the nirvana flame, he could freely turn into an immortal zombie or a living person. Wisdom Gu would continue to provide Feng Yuan with immeasurable support. Blazing Heaven Demoness is short on funds. She needs to use her own money to refine Immortal Gu and complete Zombie Alliance's mandatory missions. He could only lend these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu. If it weren't for this situation, even if I took the initiative to ask, she wouldn't have lent it to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu, my deductions will be improved. It's extremely convenient. Feng Yuan was very glad about this. Zombie Alliance's Gu formation plan had unexpectedly made him one of the beneficiaries. In the following days, Feng Yuan bathed in the halo of wisdom all day and night, using all his strength to deduce and focus on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal Zombies, and refined enough Exert Strength Mortal Gu. He even obtained a 60-year lifespan Gu. With all 3, he could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method at the next moment. He would become a living Gu Immortal, and obtain a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture Blessed Land. But after obtaining the Nirvana Flame, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness interfered. As a result, Feng Yuan could not plot against He Lulan and obtain a super-grade Blessed Land. She understood that if she wanted to save Ma Hongyun, she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House. But it was not realistic for Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had already understood Spirit Affinity House's rules. Every generation's fairy would be nurtured by the sect with all their might. In Spirit Affinity House's history, almost all of these fairies had become Gu Immortals. Many of them had great battle strength and held the main authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, hold on. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun inwardly. Prince's impatience suddenly stopped. Found it, it is here. Using the Immortal Gu from Spirit Affinity House, Prince's impatience obtained an immortal killer move that could detect Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Using this killer move, he had to move slowly. Prince's impatience brought Zhao Lianyun along, and walked for over 2 hours. Finally, in the huge Luopa Valley, they found the exact location of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Prince's impatience activated his Immortal Gu. After several minutes, a door of light opened. Whoosh! The door of light had just opened when an intense gust of wind blew towards them. Prince's impatience was shocked. Why is there the winds of assimilation here? He quickly activated his Immortal Gu and used a killer move, grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation condensed into a ball. It was firmly held in Prince's impatience's hand. But soon, Prince's impatience's hand shook intensely. Even his expression turned pale. Quickly go in, I can only hold on for a while. Zhao Lianyun quickly responded. Although she could not see Prince's impatience's expression, she could hear how anxious he was from his tone. Zhao Lianyun stepped in, and saw a familiar scene. Just like the previous inheritance space, this place was also empty. The only thing that was different were the dozen or so winds of assimilation. They were like giant pillars. They moved slowly in the space. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Although she did not recognize the winds of assimilation, she knew its power from that Gu Immortal's performance earlier. You are finally here. Quickly come to me. A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Feng Jioga, quickly come to me. The voice was extremely weak, like an old man at the end of his life. Zhao Lianyun was hesitant. She could tell that the voice came from one of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lianyun also found that all of the winds of assimilation in the space were revolving around the one at the center. It moved slowly, accumulating its strength. It was like a group of lions eyeing their prey. Don't worry, you are an otherworldly demon. You are recognized by the Thieving Providence Journal. The winds of assimilation here are harmless to you. Feng paused for a moment before saying with difficulty, Didn't you come here to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this thieving heaven inheritance. Zhao Lianyan licked her dry lips. She knew she had to make a decision now. Time waited for no one. Zhao Lianyan carefully approached one of the winds of assimilation. The strength of the tornado was very restrained. Zhao Lianyan only felt a light breeze as she stood beside the wind pillar. She stretched out her trembling hand, gritting her teeth as she put her hand into the tornado. If other Gu immortals saw this, they would gasp in shock. But Zhao Lianyan was fearless because she was ignorant. She did not know about the power of the winds of assimilation. She chose to believe in Feng Jioge. Just like what Feng Jioge said, the winds of assimilation that gave Princess Impatience a headache had no effect on Zhao Lianyan. In fact, when Zhao Lianyan put her hand into the winds of assimilation shrunk at an observable speed, vanishing completely in a few breaths of time. Feng Jioge's voice came again. See, I was right? The inheritance space here has power that surpasses the winds of assimilation. It will not be destroyed by them. You are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained the recognition of this space. With this space protecting you, you will not be in any danger. Zhao Lianyan was overjoyed. Lord Feng Jioge, I will save you now. She charged into the wind pillars, rampaging through them. Wherever she went, the winds of assimilation would vanish. Eventually, she reached the center, easily dispersing the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Jioge. Next, she saw that Feng Jioge was sitting in the air, 10 feet above the ground. His face was rosy, his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tightly. Lord Feng Jioge. Zhao Lianyan called out softly. Feng Jioge slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was gentle like jade. He did not speak, instead opening his right palm for Zhao Lianyan to see. On his right palm, 2 words were written in blood. Zhao Lianyan looked at it in confusion before looking at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge smiled faintly at her, and then his entire body suddenly disintegrated like sand and dust, dissipating on the spot. Zhao Lianyan was stunned. Chapter 960. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's Gu immortals retreated, they ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent. He was not willing to do so. He was only a temporary fighter. He was not qualified to know Princess Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others. He had to work for Central Continent. Seeing He Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Princess Impatience in Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience quickly learned of the news. His right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Princess Impatience could not help but admire Feng Jioge. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Jioge had already died. The inheritance of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Jioge died, only Zhao Lianyan was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Princess Impatience and brought news of Feng Jioge's death to the latter. Sigh, I was too late. Princess Impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Lianyan's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship was widely known. Princess Impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 Gu immortals was actually very small. in the whole of northern plains. On the surface, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. Old Ancestor Xuehu, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, Prince's Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into this circle. One could say, these 6 were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart. And even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the Prince's Impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, it would definitely draw out Blazing Heaven Demoness. In Prince's Impatience's opinion, perhaps the Blazing Sky Demoness was already hiding in the surroundings. The Prince's Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Prince's Impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gu immortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the Prince's Impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect, or the forces of Zhongzhou State. Don't forget that Wisdom Path Gu immortals still existed in this world. Prince's Impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the Wisdom Path Gu immortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle, and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were Gu formations set up by Gu immortals everywhere. Some of these Gu formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming. There was no doubt. These Gu formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The 3 started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fong Yuan found some White Lotus giant silkworm Gu remains. He sighed. It was a pity. From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left and the Central Continent Gu immortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Fong Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus giant silkworm Gu from the jewel yellow skies, and fed the immortal Gu cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action, and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fong Yuan used Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu. There was no reaction. Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu were left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up Gu formations everywhere, and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Fong Yuan sighed. He understood that Thieving Heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun. It was a Central Continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Prince's Impatience came to save Feng Jioga too late. Fong Yuan came to Luopa Valley too late. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luopa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Fong Yuan's shoulder, and said with a smile. Fong Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Fong Yuan nodded and activated his immortal Gu, pulling up the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan cooperated closely at the side. Countless Gu worms flew around. They actually took away Luopa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Prince's Impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lulan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince's Impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while, but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Fong Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful. Her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luopa Valley was in ruins, with Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to other immortal apertures, Luopa Valley's value was even more difficult to replace. During the 100 Days battle, many Gu immortals died here. After they died, the immortal apertures that were left behind should have turned into blessed lands, hidden in the void here. Feng Yuan could take Luopa Valley, but he could not take these blessed lands away. But now was not the time to explore. He kept Luopa Valley, Feng Yuan, and the rest quickly left. They left quite quickly, they are quite sensible. Far away, Prince's Impatience watched the three leave with a cold gaze. Even though he could not fight, he had Sword Master Yulan and Lu Yao, two female Gu immortals. Besides that, he had a secret force. Prince's Impatience had been in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. He had accumulated a lot of strength. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with Feng Yuan and the rest, but they left too quickly. He could not catch up. Prince's Impatience looked at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopa Valley had already been taken away. This place had become an empty wasteland. Even though the aura of the immortal Gu was hidden, experts could still see traces of it. So many Gu immortals died here. These immortal apertures themselves were a huge source of resources. Prince's Impatience would not give up. The central continent Gu immortals behind him would not give up either. They would definitely take them back. As for their immortal Gu, there was no need to think about them. They were definitely destroyed. And taking back immortal apertures, especially immortal apertures that were in other regions, was a troublesome and difficult matter. I hope this trouble doesn't come to me. Don't put the blame on me, let the 9 great ancient sects worry about it. Feng Jioga died because of the winds of assimilation. Nothing was left behind. Only 2 bloody words were left behind. I will first take Zhao Lianyun, and this important information. Send them back to the sect. Prince's Impatience thought of this and did not stay any longer. He immediately left with Zhao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still here, guarding the Blessed Land. This is the Blessed Land. He Lulan brought Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan into the Blessed Land left behind by He Cheng. This blessed land was clearly made up of dark path and soul path Dao marks. The entire blessed land was dark and gloomy. It gave off a gloomy feeling. At the center of the blessed land, there was a huge forest. Every tree had different forms, they resembled female bodies. This was the special resource that He Cheng grew in his immortal aperture. Such trees did not exist in nature. He Cheng could be said to be its creator. Therefore, this vast forest of female bodies could be considered a unique resource. He Lulan had already thought of the location of Luopa Valley. She called the land spirit. The Blessed Land's land spirit had a unique appearance. It was a green vine. The vine was like clothes. It was attached to the familial love that Su Xian'er left for He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan said with a sigh, introducing to Feng Yuan. The land spirit's condition is to stay with Su Xian'er forever. Thus, after Little Lan left Third Sister's familial love here, she easily gained control of this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. To think that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was Su Xian'er. It could be seen that he truly loved Su Xian'er. Even when he died, he thought of her. Humans were very complicated creatures. In the mortal world, most people in this world did not fully understand themselves even when they died. Little Lan, you are back. Su Xian'er looked at He Lulan with affection. Her gaze was filled with love. Mother. Su Xian'er called out softly, before giving an order to the land spirit. The land spirit brought the 3 and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, they appeared on the other side of the blessed land. The land spirit had the ability to teleport. It meant that this blessed land had many space path Dao marks. And Feng Yuan's star form blessed land had fewer space path Dao marks. Star form land spirit did not have this ability. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan placed Luopa Valley down. Fairy Li Shan saw that it was a success. She smiled. Feng Yuan, you have Danghun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain. And of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, we actually control 3 of them. Looking at Luopa Valley below him, Feng Yuan could not help but reveal some anticipation. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivation, praised by spectral soul demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had already obtained endless benefits from Danghun Mountain. He wondered what kind of improvements this Luopa Valley would bring him. Chapter 961. Central Continent Spirit Affinity House Discussion Hall. Of the 15 Gu immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come with their true bodies. This was a rare sight. Sect meetings were held every once in a while. The Gu immortals only needed to leave behind a portion of their will or feelings to discuss. But now 8 Gu immortals were participating in this meeting. Among them were the only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this was Feng Jioga's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals felt unease and uncertainty in the future. This time I have gathered everyone here to announce an important piece of news. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat, looking around as she said in a low voice. Spirit Affinity House had an obvious difference from the other 9 sections. They had many female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu immortals, but only 5 male Gu immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both rank 8 female immortals. At this moment, all the immortals in the hall were looking at first Supreme Elder's face. The first Supreme Elder was expressionless. However, the second Supreme Elder beside her had a gloomy expression. The Gu immortals observed their expressions and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next sentence of the first Supreme Elder was like a heavy boulder that smashed into everyone's hearts. It has been confirmed that Feng Jioga died in Northern Plains. He died in the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything, only a message written in blood. The immortal's heart sank. Fairy Baiqing, who had personally participated in this meeting, felt her head become dizzy, and her face suddenly turned pale, even though they were mentally prepared. But when they heard this news, they were still in disbelief. Someone as strong as Feng Jioga actually died in Northern Plains. On the contrary, those Gu immortals who were weaker than him were mostly alive. They returned to the sect. To speak the truth, when Feng Jioga left, no one had expected such an outcome. For a long time, Feng Jioga's strong image was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He even became a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt a sense of loss and emptiness. Even Su Hao and Li Juning from the Anti-Phoenix faction felt the same way. First Supreme Elder continued. The information path Gu Worm in front of you has a detailed record of this matter. Let's take a look first. The Gu immortals placed their consciousnesses into the Gu worms. Sai Lord Feng Jioga's death in the winds of assimilation is not a disgrace to his reputation. After a long while, a Gu immortal spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Fairy Baiqing closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Intense grief and pain engulfed her like a surging tsunami. She loved Feng Jioga so deeply. Similarly, Feng Jioga loved her the same way. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was sending him off. Who would have thought that it would be the last time she saw her husband? Fate made fools of people. Now I am alive, but you are dead. I am in the Central Continent, but you died in the Northern Plains. Fairy Baiqing didn't dare to open her eyes. She was afraid of opening them. Her tears would fall uncontrollably. She tried to think of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong, as she reminded herself in her heart. Oh Baiqing, Baiqing, you have to be strong. At this time, don't let others see your weak side. She breathed in deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were moist, her pupils were bloodshot. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were talking about Feng Jioga's final words in blood. Before Feng Jioga died, he wrote the 2 words Boqing. What did he mean? In my opinion, this clue is very important. They had to wholeheartedly deal with calamities and tribulations. If they were careless and lost strength in battle, they would die in the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Secondly, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same origin. That was Celestial Court. With Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sex conflicts would never escalate. There was no need for rank 8 Gu immortals to interfere. Thus, in Central Continent's Gu immortal world, or rather, in the entire 5 regions Gu immortal world, the truly active ones were those rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. And among rank 7s, Feng Jioge was invincible in Central Continent. His importance to the sect was self-evident. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House's territory could expand to such a large extent, occupying countless precious resource points. With Feng Jioge gone, Spirit Affinity House's deterrence towards other forces fell greatly. The resources controlled by the sect were like pieces of delicious meat, attracting countless greedy gazes. Xianwu Mountain Range is rich in resources. The immortal material treasury needs at least a rank 7 Gu immortal to guard it. The excavation of Golden Sand Cave has reached a crucial moment. We have invested a lot of money and effort. It is time to reap the rewards. We should not give up. Reincarnation battlefield is the most important thing. The Gu immortals felt a headache. The territory was too big, but there were only so many Gu immortals. Even if they were split into 2 halves, it was not enough. Only now did they truly realize. Feng Jioge's prestige was a deterrence to the outside world. It was so powerful. Fairy Baiqing was silent. The Gu immortals discussed these immortal materials and resources. They were shouting nonstop. They did not mention Feng Jioge anymore. It was as if Feng Jioge's final existence was the discussion of Boqing earlier. Fairy Baiqing could not help but feel sad. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, but in the end, these people forgot about you in the blink of an eye. During the entire discussion, Fairy Baiqing was not in the right state. The immortals saw this and understood her. Even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the immortals mentioned Zhao Lianyun did Fairy Baiqing's eyes brighten. She paid close attention to this. If Feng Jioge was here, Feng Kim Hong would almost certainly be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But now that Feng Jioge was gone, Zhao Lianyun appeared out of nowhere. She became a huge threat to Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Baiqing naturally loved her children. She was very concerned about Zhao Lianyun. The Gu immortals continued to discuss. Zhao Lianyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances. Did she change in any way? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, these are 2 top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching them. But from the current situation, they are unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have already formed 2 layers of dense Dao Mark silk clothing on Zhao Lianyun's soul. I have never seen such a mystical Dao Mark circulation before. These 2 layers of Dao Mark silk clothing will always protect Zhao Lianyun. We have used many methods to try to deduce her, but they have no effect. We are Grand Gu immortals, but we cannot even deduce a mortal. If I did not experience it personally, I would not believe it. Did you notice? Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves. They do not expend immortal essence. Just like Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the attainment level of Venerables is truly hard to understand. Isolating thoughts, wills, and emotions is the defensive effect of Divine Concealment. Then what about Ghostly Concealment? We are not sure yet. We are still experimenting. Chapter 962. The earth had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, the shadows of the trees swayed. A light breeze blew, birds chirped in the forest, or the occasional roar of wild beasts. It was like the sleep-talking of this continuous mountain range. In the small house in the valley, the oil lamp was burning, the light was dim. Feng Kim Hong was lying on the bed. Her body was weak and her face was pale without a trace of blood. She looked at Fairy Baiqing who was sitting beside the bed, apologizing softly. "Mother, I was wrong, I won't." Fairy Baiqing had a solemn expression. "Huang Er, mother knows what you are thinking. You have been cultivating so desperately. You have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times in these tens of days. When you started cultivating, mother had warned you, cultivation is about nature, about relaxation. If you continue like this, not only will more haste make waste, you will also destroy yourself. Your life might even be in danger." Feng Kim Huang's eyelids drooped, her voice weak. Mother, I am sorry. Mother has already placed a gu in your body. You are not allowed to cultivate for 7 days and nights. You can only move around in this valley. If you are hungry, go pick wild fruits. If you are thirsty, go drink spring water. Think about it. Fairy Bai Qing said solemnly. Mother, don't. Feng Kim Hong was anxious. But Fairy Bai Qing waved her sleeves. The cuff brushed past Feng Kim Huang's face. Immediately, an intense feeling of drowsiness assaulted her mind. Feng Jin Huang's eyelids were unprecedentedly heavy, and an incomparable sense of exhaustion caused her to be unable to speak. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep slumber. Although her daughter was sleeping soundly, she was still frowning slightly. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with sorrow and worry. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Kim Hong of Feng Jioge's death. Firstly, Spirit Affinity House needed to hide the news of his death, and stall for time to make arrangements. As a mortal, Feng Kim Hong, he was not qualified to know. After all, spying on mortals was much easier than spying on Gu immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know what to say. Why did Feng Kim Hong cultivate so desperately? She wanted to improve herself and become stronger so that she could find and save her father. But how could Fairy Bai Qing tell the truth? What if he told Feng Kim Hong cruelly? She couldn't bear it. Sigh. Looking at his daughter's face, he sighed. Fairy Bai Qing let out a long sigh. In the past, her tall and straight figure, her noble white robe, at this moment, under the dim light, she seemed thin and weak, her luster dim. These days she was really tired. Only now did she remove her disguise. His true feelings were revealed. Fairy Bai Qing stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Huang's face. The love in her eyes could melt steel. Feng Kim Huang's appearance absorbed the merits of Feng Jioge and Fairy Bai Qing. On her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Jioge's shadow. Feng Jioge was gone. Feng Kim Hong was her only hope in life. She stared at him silently. After a long while, the sky outside the house was already half bright. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize that time was passing. She had to set off. She slowly stood up. She walked out of the house, carefully closing the door. Next, she took a deep look at the small house in the valley, muttering to herself. Huang Er, wait for mother to return in 7 days. During this period, you need to take care of yourself and calm your heart. Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Kim Huang's safety. After all, this was the core of Spirit Affinity House. Even if there was internal strife in the sect, there was a limit. They would not attack Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on a cloud, flying towards the northwest direction. Her target this time was the source of falling heavenly river. The leading Gu master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any Gu immortals. It was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land. The only one that could match it was Five Virtues Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time we brought the best seedlings. They might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect. If we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading Gu master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading Gu master spoke loudly. Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now let me tell you about it. Swoosh. Right at this time, a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur. They subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. They were motionless. They were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, An enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart. There was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface. The remnant sword path down marks were here, isolating the water path down marks. The seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once, it formed a strange and domineering scene. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under Heaven Overseeing Tower. His other hand was holding Fate Gu. His withered old hand was slowly caressing Fate Gu. This time, the restoration of Fate Gu was a huge success. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. By Tsang Shui, Lian Jiusheng, and by Chen Tian, who had restored Fate Gu with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the Gu immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up. They had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters, or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, most of the Gu immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Gu immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court. Other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level, there was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values. Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly. That was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Gu recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's emotions surged. He was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open. His pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river. Her face was pale and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword light shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene. She personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it. There were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools and other natural traps. Even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword light shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts, or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood. They started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood. Her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in Falling Heavenly River? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant. But in her heart, there was a feeling telling her. Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth. Her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into Falling Heavenly River. From the source of the Falling Heavenly River, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Zhongzhou state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Zhongzhou state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Zhongzhou state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Zhongzhou state was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen. His hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Chen Tian, Bai Tsang Shui and Lian Jiusheng had been summoned back. At this moment, they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome. The sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven Overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Or, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition? After a while, Bai Chen Tian returned first, followed by Bai Tsang Shui. Last was Lian Jiusheng. Lian Jiusheng was delayed for a while, but because of this he brought detailed information. I found out, the sword light came from the source of Falling Heavenly River. The whole of Central Continent is in chaos now. Chapter 965. Looking at Old Man Inkstone in the Stone Pavilion, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he became an immortal and got rid of his female identity, he realized that Old Man Inkstone was unfathomable. Bai Ningbing's indifference was his nature. But his toughness towards Old Man Inkstone was only a form of probing. In fact, his desire to deal with Feng Yuan, and his desire for revenge was also a form of disguise for himself, as well as a form of probing Old Man Inkstone. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Feng Yuan. Gu Immortal attainment level broadened his horizons, allowing him to see many more things and see many more exciting things. What he cared about was Old Man Inkstone in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but the Shadow Sect was still hidden in the shadows, hidden in a bottomless darkness. He did not know why Old Man Inkstone was helping him. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was not willing to be controlled like this. It was not that he had not thought of leaving. But firstly, the Shadow Sect had spent so much effort, they would not let him leave so easily. Secondly, Bai Ningbing valued excitement more than his life. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous the process and the harder it would be to resist. This made him feel that he was not wasting his time. It was a form of enjoyment towards life. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was a joy to him. Bai Ningbing had never had one thing in his heart since young. That was to retreat in the face of danger. At this time, facing Bai Ningbing's questioning, Old Man Inkstone took out an immortal Gu from his bosom, saying, "As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Feng Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with cold light. "You seem to know Feng Yuan's whereabouts. You know it like the back of your hand. But back then, when I was advancing to immortal, I asked you. You said you did not know." Old Man Inkstone laughed lightly. He did not face Bai Ningbing's questioning, instead saying directly, "South of Name Peak, east of Liqiu, not far from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountains were high and the rivers were long, verdant and lush. It was a unique tree with no other peaks. Go to that mountain peak and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, leave as soon as possible. This mountain would become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortal could enter. All of them will be killed. Bai Ningbing did not take the immortal goo. Her gaze was still fixed on Old Man Inkstone, saying coldly, "You have not answered my question." "I don't need to answer your question. All you need to know is that once this matter is done, Feng Yuan will return. Didn't the agreement you signed with the Shadow Sect state that you could only break free from the agreement and regain your freedom by killing Feng Yuan?" Elder Inkstone smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a moment before she extended her hand. He obtained the immortal goo. Then he snorted and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He traveled at full speed. 2 days later, they found the place that the Old Man Inkstone had told them about. "This mountain is very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. Why did we choose this place?" Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses in his heart. He had even thought of the possibility that the Old Man Inkstone was plotting against him. However, he paid a huge price to become an immortal. Why does he want to kill me now? The possibility is very low. That is to say, there is an immortal goo house hidden here. Bai Ningbing stared at the foot of the mountain. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He naturally knew the value of an immortal goo house. Only forces with goo immortals could be considered super forces. However, among these superpowers, only the strongest among them could possess one or more immortal goo houses. If I can control this graceful chaotic dual stage, it will definitely be of great help to me. Allowing me to deal with Shadow Sect more easily and leave Shadow Sect. Oh no, this immortal goo's aura is spreading everywhere. The commotion of activating the immortal goo is not small. It will definitely attract the attention of other goo immortals. Time waits for no man. I need to make full use of it. Bai Ningbing was just about to fly down and drill into the ground to obtain the immortal goo house, but he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Inkstone. If he went down, would he fall into Old Man Inkstone's trap? Maybe Old Man Inkstone had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction and wanted him to go underground, explore the depths and obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. If that is the case, he definitely has a backup plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I act blindly, it will only be futile and I will be used by others for no reason. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to investigate the surroundings first before making a move. However, what he did not expect was, just as he got close to the nameless mountain peak, he felt an intense sense of weakness. The goo immortal aura on his body rapidly weakened, and he could not even move his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. Old Man Inkstone's instructions before he left flashed in his mind. Go to the peak of that mountain and activate this goo. Once you succeed, quickly leave. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any goo immortal who enters this place will face fatal danger. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered. Was this the forbidden zone for immortals? If this place really became a forbidden zone for immortals, how could he obtain graceful chaotic dual stage? At this time, the phantom image on the mountain peak formed again, showing the scene from before. Bai Ningbing observed patiently and could not help but guess. Could it be that the phantom image here contained clues to obtain the immortal goo house? However, after the phantom image finished changing, it vanished again, and Bai Ningbing could not see any clues. After that, he discovered that this illusory figure would reappear every 2 hours. Every time the phantom image changed, it would show the same content without any difference. He also discovered the so-called forbidden zone for immortals was expanding. At first, he could still get 3 li away from the nameless mountain peak. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge fortuitous encounter slip away from him, and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the Time Path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. Of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move, there was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow and he did not have such a method. If Feng Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Feng Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Feng Yuan, he could not deny that Feng Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized. This immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful chaotic dual stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news, as if they were afraid the whole world would not know. Involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, the whole of southern border will be shaken. Be it righteous path goo immortals, demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat. They will definitely stir up a storm, and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in southern border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead. His expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of southern border, sucking in almost all of southern border's goo immortals. I am only a rank 6 goo immortal. I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long. I should leave first. Right, I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone. Ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Feng Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance. Even using information path mortal goo could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense. A feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. At this moment, at the source of Falling Heavenly River, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless goo immortals from Central Continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Qing. To think that Bo Qing had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now we only see Bo Qing and not Mo Yao. It seems that Mo Yao has already vanished into thin air. According to the sect's records, that heavenly tribulation shook Central Continent. It was terrifying beyond compare. Bo Qing was so strong, but he was still able to preserve his strength. It is truly inconceivable. How strong was he? The immortals discussed. The corpse was preserved so well. Who knows how many secrets are hidden within? As long as we obtain it, we can unravel the mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation. Even if he does not leave behind a sword path true inheritance, just this research alone will be able to make great progress. Who knows, we might even gain another true inheritance for the sect. Most of these thoughts came from the goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They had a long-term vision and considered the big picture of the sect. And lone demonic immortals like Jian Yisheng focused their attention on the immortal goo that immortal zombie Bo Qing carried. There are many immortal goo auras on his body. It is hard to imagine that they were all preserved. These are all pseudo-venerable sword path immortal goo. I will be satisfied with just one. Central Continent's righteous path was prosperous, but demonic cultivators were ruthlessly suppressed. Their situation was the most miserable in the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any ideas about immortal zombie Bo Qing. They only wanted to make some gains and quickly leave. Actually, before this, the immortals had more or less obtained some gains while entering Falling Heavenly River. The sword lights killed many corpses and pieces of flesh. As long as they were careful, they could discover them. But now, Bo Qing's inheritance was too tempting. Spirit Affinity House was weak. They could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another little Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Jioga, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword light was sharp and terrifying. It shot towards the whole of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic cultivators and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united. The 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Bai Qing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method. She could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. Immortals, please retreat. My celestial court will take over this place. Everyone gasped. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 waterpath Gu immortal by Tsang Shui. The situation was immediately overturned. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Bright light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was whole again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lian Jiusheng were relieved. They let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more goo worms, they worked day and night to repair the goo worms. They finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement goo worms. The goo worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house after all. It had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the goo worms near the sword wound. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply. Holding Fate Goo and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lian Jiusheng urged. Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or two? Why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern, it's fine. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting this suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. Go. At his will, Fate Gu in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Gu could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. And this. On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of Red Lotus, true inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Celestial Court. The damage he brought to Fate Gu. He had tortured generations of Celestial Court Gu immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking. Red Lotus true inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The great strength true martial immortal zombie is secondary, and that graceful chaotic dual stage. It would be best if it could belong to Celestial Court. Even though it is in southern border, with the obstruction of the regional walls, Celestial Court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage was already worthy of Celestial Court's Gu immortals making a move. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in southern borders Gu immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial Court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose, and we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought deeply. Soon he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In Falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was floating with his eyes closed, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Baitsang Shui was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Baitsang Shui had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Baiqing. But after Fairy Baiqing replied, Baitsang Shui's expression showed disappointment. Soon, she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a Gu formation. She intended to seal this place first. But right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the Gu formation that had not been set up properly, directly towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Under the illumination of the starlight, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were Gu immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial Court's Gu immortal Baitsang Shui's head was drifting with the waves. Chapter 969. At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing looked at Song Zixing and Yumu-chan emotionlessly. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yumu-chan's hearts almost stopped beating. The immense pressure caused them to break out in cold sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he suffered a tribulation and became an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was completely destroyed. He still had enough rank 8 immortal essence, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Hence, his combat strength was terrifying. The most important thing was the Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would have. Using the same immortal Gu with different Dao marks amplifying the immortal Gu's power, the effect would be completely different. That Qin Baisheng was a soul path Gu immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a trace of sword path Dao marks on him, but when using 5-finger fist heart sword, he was able to fight Jiu Gu without losing. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he displayed unparalleled offensive strength. He was almost as powerful as he was when he was alive. So Baitsang Shui, 7-star child and the others had no way to resist. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yumu-chan. The higher the Gu immortal's rank, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and rank 8, the The difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. When a rank 7 fought against a rank 6, it could even be a draw under certain circumstances. When a rank 8 fought against a rank 7, the majority of the time, it would be a crushing defeat. A rank 9 beating a rank 8 was as simple as an adult stepping on an ant. Against immortal zombie Boqing, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to lose my life here today? What should we do? What should we do? Yumu Chun and Song Zixing's limbs were cold. Countless thoughts flashed in their minds. In the current situation, the two of them had no hope at all. Boqing raised a finger and pointed at Song Zixing. A tiny sword light flashed and disappeared. Song Zixing didn't even try to escape. He smiled bitterly as he welcomed his death, because he knew that in front of immortal zombie Boqing, the word escape was meaningless. Boqing pointed at Yumu Chun. No. I am unresigned, I cannot die. Yumu Chun shouted. At the moment of life and death, he took out an immortal goo. He held it in his hand. Immortal zombie Boqing stopped moving. A look of struggle quickly appeared on his face. Yumu Chun's heart was beating like a drum. He nervously watched Boqing's expression change. Immortal zombie Boqing's expression was emotionless at times. Sometimes he was confused, sometimes he was miserable, sometimes he was sorrowful, and sometimes he was resentful. It was as if he was looking at a lantern on horseback, changing rapidly. Finally, his face became lively, and his eyes became lively. It was as if a person with dementia had suddenly regained consciousness. He looked at his hand, and then at the miserable and bloody bottom of the river. Finally, he looked at Yumu Chun and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Yumu Chun was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to collapse. He answered weakly, "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. Looks like I made the right bet. So close, so close." So the remnant soul in immortal zombie Boqing's body was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yumu Chun's immortal goo awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul, causing Providence to fill the immortal zombie's mind. He was expelled. Without Providence's control, immortal zombie Boqing naturally stopped. Yumu Chun breathed heavily, continuing, "Do you remember our conversation back then if you want Boqing to revive?" Boqing! Hearing the name of the person she loved deeply, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She controlled her immortal zombie body and nodded, interrupting Yumu Chun's words. "Then what should I do now?" Yumu Chun looked at Seven-Star Child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were alive, with the combined strength of Yumu Chun and the other two immortals, they would be able to use an immortal killer move to teleport the immortals to Central Continent's northeast region. That place was under Heavenly Lotus Sect's control. But now, Seven-Star Child Song Zixing was dead. Yumu Chun could only settle for the next best thing. He gave up on attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect and turned to combat Immortal Sect. I hope I can stall them. Yumu Chun looked towards the direction of Celestial Court, feeling very worried. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was ashen. He was filled with anger. He looked at the painting of Yumu Chun working together with immortal zombie Boqing to attack combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He could no longer watch. Even though he was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, Combat Immortal Sect was also a lower sect of Celestial Court. Right now, immortal zombie Boqing had awakened. Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Chen Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui is dead. Immortal zombie Boqing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go. The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Combat Immortal Sect's headquarters at the next moment. Looking at the northwest direction, one could only see a majestic sword light flying over in the clear sky. A super battle of rank 8s was right in front of them. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was 800 meters tall. Light path Gu worms were produced on the mountain. It was famous in the whole of southern border. For 1,000 years, this mountain had been controlled by one force, Shao Clan. It was said that southern borders Shao Clan and western desert Shao Clan had the same origin. 1,000 years ago, western desert Shao Clan had internal strife. The losing side wandered to southern border in dire straits. Southern borders Shao Clan was once a superforce. But the last Gu immortal, Shao Clan's supreme elder, had not appeared for 100 years, causing Shao Clan to fall from a superforce to a first-rate force. Shao Clan's current clan leader, Shao Shan, was standing on a slope, looking at Shao Clan's main village at the waist of the mountain. His eyes were filled with disappointment and hatred. A figure swiftly rushed over from the mountain path and landed beside Shao Shan. Immediately he knelt on the ground. Xiao Zifeng greets the clan head. Is that Wu Hui still causing trouble? Xiao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Xiao Zifeng lowered his head. Reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still shouting in the hall. He wants us to hand over the culprit who killed his son. The other clan elders are already controlling the situation. Clan leader, don't worry. Xiao Shan snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Wu Hui's son clearly had ill intentions and wanted to harm Xiao Chue heir. My daughter was only defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu clan to cause trouble in our Xiao clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, bear with it for now. Wu Hui alone is not a threat, but Wu clan is too powerful. We cannot resist them. Xiao Zifeng quickly persuaded. Xiao Shan's fists clenched before relaxing. He sighed deeply. His face was filled with fatigue and bitterness. He waved his hand at Xiao Zifeng. All right, I will hide in this back mountain for a while. Xiao Zifeng took his leave, his figure vanishing into the forest. Xiao Shan sighed at the sky again. The depression and anger in his heart could not be alleviated. Right at this time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Xiao Shan was uncertain. This voice came again. Come here, my descendant. This voice made Xiao Shan feel a sense of familiarity. He followed the voice's guidance and slowly entered the back mountain, arriving at Shao Clan's forbidden area. This is Shao Clan's forbidden area. Even if I am Shao Clan's leader, I have no right to enter. Xiao Shan stopped, feeling extremely troubled. That voice resounded in his heart again. My descendant, you have my bloodline. What made you so cowardly? I am Shao Clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Shao Clan. Quickly come here and obtain my inheritance. The important task of revitalizing the clan is on you. Xiao Shan's eyes brightened, his body trembled in excitement. Gu immortal. Shao Clan's ancestor. Don't tell me the rumors are true? My Shao Clan really had a Gu immortal? This voice, let me feel it, is so intimate. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master, in this world, other than Gu immortals, who can transmit their voices to me. But this is the clan's forbidden area. Any clansman who enters this place will be expelled from the clan. Even I, the clan leader, am no exception. Xiao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists. He was struggling internally. No, I must obtain my ancestors' inheritance. If Wu Hui continues to cause trouble, my Shao clan will lose a lot of face. Once Wu clan supports Wu Hui, can I still protect my daughter? According to rumors, Wu clan is so powerful because they have Wu clan's Gu immortals behind them. If I can obtain the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to revive Shao clan's reputation and change everything. Xiao Shan had a resolute expression on his face. He no longer hesitated, walking towards the back mountain's forbidden area. Following the voice's guidance, he came to a cave. Inside the cave, he saw an immortal Gu. Before he could react, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is suppressing me so much that I cannot move. Is this the legendary immortal Gu? Xiao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. He could not find it no matter how he searched. And at this time, the voice in his heart stopped. Xiao Shan walked out of the back mountain's forbidden area with apprehension and suspicion. Chapter 970. The sword light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. However, the Heaven Lake, where the Heavenly Lotus sect was located, was still far away in the sky. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, frowned, his eyes releasing sword light as he scanned the surroundings. The sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it went, ripples would appear in the air. The illusion would be broken, and the real scene would be revealed. But after a breath, the real scene was covered by layers of illusions. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. It has great achievement in Illusion Path. It was created by illusion demon Immortal Huang Shao 300 years ago. Yumu Chun immediately explained. Immortal zombie Bo Qing nodded, sighing with emotion. Each generation brings forth new talents. After my body perished, it seems that many geniuses have emerged in Zhongzhou state. Yumu Chun continued. Illusory demon immortal died long ago. This immortal Gu house can trap us and confuse us. Only now did we realize that the person controlling it has an extremely high cultivation. As he spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng appeared. Escaping fate is already a grave sin. Now you still want to attack the Celestial Court's lower sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sternly reprimanded. Noisy. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He swept his arm and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chen Tian, and Lian Jiusheng shouted together as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals of the Celestial Court. Its power was greatly reduced, but it still attacked the three immortals. The three immortals disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attack. Coward. Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Yumu Chun's eyes flashed. He sighed in relief. The three immortals of the Celestial Court personally controlled the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s. Finally, Bo Qing and Yumu Chun were trapped inside. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, nameless mountain peak. Boom boom boom. There were 3 explosions and light bloomed. Xiao Meng was sent flying. As his body flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang. A muffled sound. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by the elders behind him with great difficulty. Defeated. Xiao Meng's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and used a gaze that was filled with hatred and fury to stare intently at Xiao Shan on the mountain peak. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic Path Gu masters. They were both rank 5 experts. One was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. A few days ago, Xiao Shan stepped into the forbidden area behind the Radiance Mountain. Those who violated the rules of the Xiao clan would be severely punished. Xiao Meng seized the opportunity to seize power and kill Xiao Shan. As Xiao Shan fled, Xiao Meng gathered the elders and chased after him. Chasing to this nameless mountain peak, Xiao Shan had nowhere to go and was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Meng, 2 demonic Path Gu immortals descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Meng failed. His heart was filled with anger. He struggled to break free from the support of the clan elders, stood up, and shouted loudly. Xiao Shan, you really have ulterior motives. As a righteous Path clan leader, he actually colluded with demonic Path Gu masters. Xiao Shan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with bitterness and anger. I really misjudged you. Finally, after the pure battle will in the Immortal Gu House was infected, it would turn into the Gu Immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the Gu Immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the Gu Immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic dual stage. Xiao Shan was the person chosen by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. He not only had Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's Immortal Gu, he also had Immortal Essence and a large amount of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's battle will. But Xiao Shan was a mere mortal. He could only see the phantom image of an Immortal Gu. He simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Xiao Shan, Xiao Meng was also a pawn of Xiao clan's supreme elder. If not for Xiao clan's supreme elder's arrangement, how could Xiao Meng coincidentally find out about Xiao Shan entering the forbidden area? Southern Border's Gu immortal world was in an uproar. In order to compete for the immortal Gu house, demonic immortals and lone immortals rushed out. Because of this, the righteous path had no choice but to compromise and set this huge bet. The content of the bet was to choose mortal chess pieces to participate in the righteous and demonic battle on Etion Mountain, and help the Gu immortals behind the scenes to refine the immortal Gu house. But to participate in this huge bet, there were prerequisites. Any Gu immortal who wanted to participate in this bet had to place a bet. Whoever placed more bets and arranged a chess piece with a higher cultivation level would be able to join the gambling house earlier. Eventually, this huge bet ended, and all the bets had to be divided again. According to the amount of battle will each Gu immortal refined into the immortal Gu house, they would be ranked. Whoever had more battle will in the immortal Gu house would obtain more bets. Of course, the winner who refined more than 50% of the battle will and could activate the immortal Gu house would obtain the most bets. But other Gu immortals could also have some meat soup. They could even win big with a small amount and obtain a huge fortune. This rule could be said to be the work of a god. Precisely because of this, all the Gu immortals participating in the bet, be they righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity with each other or not, they subconsciously joined forces to maintain this matchless bet. If anyone tried any tricks or went back on their word, their bets would be confiscated. Later Gu immortals could also join, but they had to participate in this duel. And as the duel progressed, Gu immortals could continue to raise their bets. And demonic immortal Guo Lao, who was in front of Feng Yuan, was someone who wanted to raise his bets. But he did not have any funds on hand. These last days he had been borrowing money everywhere, everyone knew about it. This time he specially looked for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was indifferent. Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention this duel. Feng Yuan had only casually evaluated, but Guo Lao squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up, laughing exaggeratedly at Feng Yuan. Brother Xingying, you are right. You are absolutely right. You have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this duel are greater than the heavens. If anyone breaks the rules, they will become enemies with the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. So if you want to earn some money, you have to participate in the duel. Look at the current situation. Even though the duel has just started, Xiao clan's supreme elder is in the lead. Xiao Shan is his chess piece. In the battle between Xiao Shan and Xiao Meng, Xiao clan's supreme elder has already become the first person to convert his battle will in an immortal Gu house. As long as Xiao Shan does not die, his advantage will continue to grow. Feng Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Xiao Shan is a rank 5 Gu master, and is the first to enter the casino. Xiao clan's supreme elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Guo Lao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. That's right, the earlier the chess piece enters Etion Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4, otherwise if he dies inside it would be a huge loss. Brother Xingying, I won't hide it from you. I want to use myself as a gambling stake. But I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xingying, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Feng Yuan smiled, sure. Guo Lao was overjoyed. He was about to thank him when Feng Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Guo Lao quickly nodded. Feng Yuan added, we also need to use immortal Gu as collateral. The joy on Guo Lao's face froze. Brother Xingying, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal Gu, why would I need to scheme for this immortal Gu house? Feng Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold. His eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, Guo Lao, you don't even have an immortal goo, yet you want to scheme for an immortal goo house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical? Your appetite is too big. Xingyin Yu. Guo Lao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal goo aura on Fang Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal goo. Guo Lao's heart sank. Many rank 6 goo immortals did not have an immortal goo, but Fang Yuan had one. This was out of Guo Lao's expectations. In his opinion, any goo immortal with an immortal goo, they would more or less have some fame. But Xingyin clearly did not. He thought of Fang Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Fang Yuan had an immortal goo. This made Guo Lao wary. First, with an immortal goo, their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Xingyin, who had an immortal goo, was not someone Guo Lao could deal with. So he could not flare up. He laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. I was rude. Please don't blame me, brother Xingyin. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. You can leave now. I'm leaving, goodbye. Guo Lao smiled and took a few steps back, before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart. Humph! Having an immortal goo is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal goo, I will definitely return everything I got today to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan pondered. Guo Lao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level goo immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal goo, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go. But when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight? The current gambling house gave these goo immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances, like finding a wild immortal goo immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level goo immortals without immortal goo would have low battle strength. How could they be the match of other goo immortals? But this gambling house did not test the goo immortals' own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level goo immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Guo Lao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. Chapter 973. Central Continent. Boom. Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion formed a majestic heat wave that spread out in all directions at an incomparably fast speed. In just a breath of time, the dense forest within 1,000 li was completely obliterated, turning into a barren land of sand. The 8-rank 8 goo immortals from Celestial Court gradually showed themselves. They formed a circle. All of them were heavily injured. They stared at the lonely figure standing at the center with solemn gazes. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was straight. He was proud like a spear. He slowly moved his pupils. A sword light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The 8 goo immortals were shocked. 3 of them even subconsciously took a step back. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered many losses from this sword pupil. But the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes only flashed for a moment. Next, the light in his eyes completely vanished. He did not move. He was like a statue. Success. We finally killed the remnant soul in Bo Qing's body. The Celestial Court goo immortals let out sighs of relief. They had won this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-venerable, but he only had a corpse left. The remnant soul in his body was still Mo Yao's. The Celestial Court goo immortals targeted this weakness. They used tactics to completely destroy Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Without the remnant soul, immortal zombie Bo Qing showed no signs of movement. It has been a long time since I had such a shocking battle. Among the Celestial Court goo immortals, someone sighed. Thankfully, This immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise, some of us would have died in this battle. It is a pity we did not leave any survivors. Take this immortal zombie body to Celestial Court and store it properly. I am going back to sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord by Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng used the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yu Mu Chun. Bo Qing fought against 3 immortals. His sword path power was unparalleled. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court could not match him. They could only ask for reinforcements. 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals. He had no choice but to interrupt his slumber and descend to the mortal world to provide support. 8 Gu immortals formed the ancient battle formation. After a month, they finally killed Yu Mu Chun and destroyed Mo Yao's remnant soul. After the battle ended, the 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals returned to their headquarters and went back to sleep. Their lifespans. There weren't many left, so they had to be used wisely. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng also wanted to leave. Their situation was much better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to take care of their descendants and sections. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Chen Tian and persuaded Lian Jiusheng to go to the source of Falling Heavenly River to search again. As for himself, he flew to the Celestial Court. We may have won this battle. I feel more and more uneasy, as if the end of the world is coming. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 Gu immortal frowned. He stepped into the tower and continued his calculations. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to move. In the past, he only needed to expend 1 bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, for some reason, the amount of immortal essence expended for each step increased by several times. Ever since I took control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Fang Yuan had already changed his appearance. He sealed his immortal aperture and stepped onto Yitian Mountain. Ever since he obtained a portion of Blazing Heaven Demoness Kongju inheritance, Fang Yuan did not encounter any more obstacles in his deductions. He used the method of sealing his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sealed his immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu master, officially stepping onto this stage. At this time, on Yitian Mountain, the situation had changed greatly. Large numbers of Gu masters joined the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path launched the 3rd and 4th wave of attacks. Be it righteous or demonic, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the demonic path side, 2nd Zombie King gathered many disciples. The zombie army was a huge headache for the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu worked together to suppress Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang. They had a slight advantage in the air. But behind the righteous path, there was Dr. Sheng Shou. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. He was extremely skilled in healing injuries. With him around, the righteous path Gu masters suffered few losses. Many of the injured recovered quickly. They did not fear fighting head-on. Xiaoshan knew that if this went on, the righteous path's advantage would continue to grow. Thus he used a diversion tactic and charged down the mountain, starting the 5th battle between righteous and demonic. He Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing fought from the front, while secretly ordering Lu Zuanfeng to sneak attack the righteous path's rear, attempting to kill Dr. Sheng Shou. In the end, Dr. Sheng Shou was not killed. On the contrary, the righteous path Shang Fushi played along, setting up an ambush and killing 2nd Zombie King. 2nd Zombie King died. The demonic path's disadvantage rapidly increased. At this time, killer ghost Dr. Chou Jiu ascended Yitian Mountain, suppressing Dr. Sheng Shou and salvaging the situation. Chou Jiu saved many demonic path Gu masters' lives, quickly rising to the 3rd position. Lu Zuanfeng was 2nd, while Xiaoshan was still 1st. As for Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been pushed to the 4th and 5th positions. Because of Chou Jiu's existence, the demonic path was recuperating and growing stronger. And because of the demonic path's rising star Mo Wu Tian, they challenged him several times. Many righteous path experts were lost. Shang clan sent Dr. Su Shou and Dr. Sheng Shou. Finally, they evened the gap caused by Chojiu, Phantom Path Inheritor, Yin Clan's young clan leader Yin Jun. The moment he appeared, he sneaked into Etion Mountain and killed Chojiu before leaving. The Righteous Path's morale was greatly boosted. They attacked again, starting the 6th Righteous Demonic battle. But they fell into the Demonic Path's trap. It turned out that Chojiu had remnant life goo. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could revive. After Yen Jun killed him, he secretly revived, but pretended to be dead, luring the Righteous Path into the trap. In the 6th battle, Mo Wu Tian displayed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. Even Yen Jun lost to him, suffering heavy injuries. The Righteous Path retreated in defeat, while the Demonic Path also suffered great losses. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and recuperated. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan ascended Etion Mountain and joined Etion Village. He pretended to be rank 3, and after joining, his position in Etion Village was not even above 100. The higher-ups arranged for him to guard the archery tower. Fang Yuan kept a low profile. He buried himself in his work and did not attract any attention. He waited patiently for 3 days, seeing that no Gu immortals appeared to stop him. He started to secretly convert the battle will in the immortal Gu house. There were already 600 Demonic Path Gu masters who joined Etion Village. Among these people, some were pawns of the Gu immortals, some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them. He was inconspicuous. He made a huge profit in silence. Using his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he rapidly converted the battle will in the immortal Gu house. Other Gu immortals could only use their pawns to fight, indirectly converting the battle will. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight, he could continue to convert the battle will. After all, it was a Gu immortal's main body. It was extraordinary. Days passed. The righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After a few breaths, they recovered their stamina and fought again. The 7th battle between both sides ended in a draw again. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. On the righteous path side, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, southern borders super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, their clan leaders also appeared and joined the battlefield. The battle between righteous and demonic became increasingly intense. It affected countless Gu masters and countless forces' attention. But in Fang Yuan's eyes it was a different scene. Righteous and demonic sides fought. It looked very lively, but the true manipulators were the southern border Gu immortals. These last days, the Gu immortals were also fighting. Although there was no official conflict, there were endless schemes and plots in the dark, colluding and deceiving each other. It was a feast for the eyes. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of information from them. His understanding of southern borders Gu immortal world increased rapidly. He converted a large amount of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage was like a bottomless pit. Another month passed. On this day, Old Man Inkstone and more than 10 Gu immortals secretly came to the surroundings of Etion Mountain. He breathed in deeply and said with a slightly trembling tone, "The Celestial Court has already found out, and is making preparations for an expedition to southern border. Time waits for no one. We can start early." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He shouted coldly. "Insolent fool! You still want to hide it now? Do you think we are fools? Pay attention. Another tribulation is descending." Suddenly, a Gu immortal reminded. The sky was dark. It was as if a giant had used a brush to smear a large patch of dense blue. The temperature fell. Frost energy spread everywhere. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless icicles spiraled rapidly like sharp blades, pouring down like a downpour. Yi Qingtang's voice was solemn as he shouted. "Profound dark flying frost. Who is undergoing tribulation? It can actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. Something is wrong. Even if it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the scale of this tribulation is too huge. It is far beyond the norm. It's coming. Block it. Rumble. Lightning shot out. Flames burned. All the frost was neutralized. Profound dark flying frost was not just for show. It was one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many Gu immortals were injured. One Gu immortal, Gualao, was even heavily injured. He could not help but want to retreat. Strange. Is this because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? Is this why heaven sent this tribulation? No, I don't have any immortal Gu. I cannot stay here and endure the tribulation. I need to get out of this danger first. Thinking of this, Gualao turned into a beam of light and shot out. This guy runs really fast. Yi Qingtang sneered, his hands behind his back as he proudly floated in the air. Profound dark flying frost was strong, but it was not enough to embarrass him. But more rank 6 Gu immortals began to imitate Gualao. Most of these people were low-level Gu immortals. They did not have immortal Gu and were basically injured. However, at the next moment, Gualao's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the Gu immortals. He was stunned. Why was he here? Soon after, more rank 6 Gu immortals were teleported back, appearing beside Gualao. There is an ambush. Someone has set up a giant space path Gu formation outside. Soon, a Gu immortal reacted and shouted. Rank 8 aura burst out. Peng Shilong's eyes shined with a sharp light as he looked around. Who is it? Come out. He. As Old Man Inkstone laughed sinisterly, more than 10 black-robed Gu immortals appeared and surrounded the southern border Gu immortals. Old Man Inkstone was at the back, pointing at the sky. Everyone, let me give you a warning. The third wave of tribulation has arrived. Everyone raised their heads, and saw a black lion group flying in the sky. Desolate beast Qi Grand Lion. This kind of lion had Qi Path Dao marks, and was born with the ability to fly. There were more than 6,000 Qi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Gu immortals' faces turned pale. Rank 8 Gu immortal Jiai shouted. Petty tricks. Get lost. He waved his sleeves as intense winds howled in the world. Giant wind scythes appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They shot out in all directions. Even though rank 6 Gu immortals had already died, the remaining immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on. They still had hope in their hearts. Once the Gu formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by Old Man Yanshi. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. Wu Xie. He called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors. The colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall. The lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now he was concentrating on looking at the sky. The corners of his mouth were wide open. His smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. He looked somewhat silly. Wu Xie. Seeing that there was no response, Old Man Inkstone called out again. Ah, you called me. I was looking at the fireworks. The young Gu immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old Man Inkstone smiled bitterly. These are not simple fireworks. These are tribulations. Although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence. It wants to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy. Chapter 975. Old Man Inkstone sighed. Providence is not a specific enemy. It is everywhere. It is vast and endless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens still exist, Providence will never be destroyed. Even if you destroy a portion of Providence, at the same time, 10% of Providence will be born again. The young Gu immortal was stunned. Then what should we do? We are going against heaven this time. Providence is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we will erupt today. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. But this time, we will suddenly erupt and catch Providence unprepared. We will use man to conquer heaven. Old Man Inkstone said, gesturing to Wu Xie. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already trapped all the southern border goo immortals nearby. But this formation is only a small portion. It has not even displayed a tenth of its power. The tribulations are constantly affecting the goo formation. It will not last for long. Next, I and several other goo immortals will use souls as sacrifices to continue setting up this formation. This way, this formation will reach 90% power. It is just one step away from completion. The southern border goo immortals will not have a chance to escape. So amazing! The young goo immortal's eyes stared blankly. He was in a daze. Old man Yenshur continued in a deep voice. After I die, you will be the #1 battle power. Remember, you were born from the dream realm. You only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just become a rank 7 goo immortal. You only have 4 hours of lifespan left. You will become stronger and stronger, until the moment of death. You will become a rank 9 goo immortal. No one will be able to block your attacks. Is rank 9 very powerful? The young goo immortal had a confused expression. Old man Inkstone chuckled. Of course. Rank 9 is the limit of this world. It is the strongest peak. There cannot be rank 10 in this world. So rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours. Isn't that too short? Am I going to die after 4 hours? What is death? The young goo immortal asked. Elder Inkstone explained patiently. Everything has been properly planned. 4 hours is more than enough. If the plan fails, no matter how long we live, victory or defeat will be difficult to reverse. As for, what is death? Elder Inkstone said until here. Pausing for a moment, he slowly said in a low voice. Death is the end of life, but also the beginning of life. The young goo master scratched his head, not really understanding. Old man Yenshur took a deep breath. His withered body was as thin as firewood. It was trembling in the wind as if it would be blown away in the next moment. He gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't have the whites of his eyes. They were pitch black, but at this moment, there were countless reflections. In the reflection, there was Fang Yuan by Ning Bing, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, Celestial Court goo immortals, Southern Border goo immortals, Etion Mountain, graceful chaotic dual stage. The time has come, Elder Inkstone said. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to make a deduction for you. Remember my priceless advice. It will be of great help to you. The moment he said this, Elder Inkstone's life force rapidly weakened. At the next moment, he opened his eyes wide. For the first time, he showed a dazed expression. It was as if he was doubtful and fearful of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the naive young goo immortal with a complex gaze. His lips moved several times before he finally said, "Be careful of yourself failing at the last step." He revealed the heavenly secret with difficulty. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. Another 10 extreme immortal zombie. You are Shang Clan's Shangui Kai. Peng Shi Long frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed goo immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first supreme elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed goo immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Shangui Kai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom. Another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the 4 southern border immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him, let's change directions. Blazing glory lightning brilliance. Northern Dark Ice Soul, Carefree Wisdom Heart. The 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This Gu formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the carefree wisdom heart immortal zombie, the four immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young Gu immortal Yingwu. Among all the Gu immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, his aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The four immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards Yingwu. Yingwu's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming." "Don't be nervous. Use your best method." The black-robed Gu immortal beside him reminded. "I am not nervous. I am not nervous." Yingwu breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the four immortals were getting closer, Yingwu recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique. You are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Yingwu asked curiously. You are me and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone. And as for you, you shall be called Yingwu. Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Yingwu's mind. Yingwu felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It was at the forefront of this era. Even those celestial court Gu immortals were left far behind. One move was fresh. Eat all over the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a Gu immortal, I will give you a complete set of Gu worms. You need to practice it then. The memories stopped. The 4 immortals were already in front of him. Among them, fierce Wen Jia was at the forefront. Yingwu's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light. He slowly opened his mouth, as if he was reciting. Immortal killer move, lead soul enter dream. The 4 immortals' speed fell. They were extremely vigilant as if they were facing a great enemy. But after a few breaths of time, there was no movement. Lad, you dare to trick us. Peng Shilong was furious, about to attack. At this time. But the rank 8 Gu immortal Jia Yi started to fall. What is going on? Just as Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Gu formation activated. The attack was extremely fierce as it attacked Jia Yi. Jia Yi did not move. The layers of defense around his body started to dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly tried to save him, blocking the Gu formation's attack. Jia Yi was still falling. Gulp gulp, gulp gulp. He actually fell asleep at this moment. It's that kid's doing. Ren Haiyang's face was filled with malevolence. Fear and alarm mixed together. Against a rank 7 Gu immortal, using an immortal killer move, Jia Yi was hit without any resistance. Furthermore, the layers of defense that he had wrapped around his body had no effect at all. What kind of killing move was this? Be careful! Peng Shilong exclaimed. The tribulation descended. Countless bolts of falling star lightning moved at the speed of light. The moment they appeared, they had already reached the southern border Gu immortals. After this wave of heavenly calamity, most of the southern border Gu immortals were killed. They all lost their lives. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal, Jia Yi, who had the name Kuang Feng and had been around for hundreds of years, was smashed into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't save him in time. It's over. At this moment, the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals felt despair. Yingwu was indeed a loophole in the formation. But his own fighting ability was beyond the 3 immortals' imagination. An unprecedented dream path killer move directly caused Jia Yi to fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. With Jia Yi's death, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum fell by a large margin. Their hopes of escaping the encirclement became slim. We need to persevere. On Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield all along, could not help but feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just Feng Yuan's strength he could not activate the enormous immortal goo house. It was like a person trying to control a huge ship. His strength was not as good as his will, and it was extremely difficult. Thus, it was necessary to cooperate with the southern border goo immortals. The more goo immortals that entered the immortal goo house, the more immortal essence it would expend, and the stronger the immortal goo house would be. With just Feng Yuan alone, it was very difficult to make the immortal goo house strong enough to break the goo formation. Time passed mercilessly. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were exhausted from running for their lives, while the remaining rank 7 goo immortals were fleeing like rats in the midst of the tribulation. When Ren Haiyang died because of the tribulation, the remaining 2 rank 8s were in complete despair. The situation is hopeless. Feng Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart. Sigh now. I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out. But when the rank 7 and rank 6 goo immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 goo immortals were left, Etion Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook and the mountains shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 goo immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic dual stage? The 2 rank 8 goo immortals shouted at each other. But they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Feng Yuan's body also shook. He had not refined the immortal goo house yet. Then who was it? Boom. Mountain rocks cracked. A huge hole appeared on the ground, and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie. He had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal goo house, flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Feng Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. You want to escape your fate in front of us? Die. A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The immortals of the Celestial Court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might. It easily broke the 10 extreme formation. The 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time. He could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the pillar of light. The pillar of light did not slow down. It shot towards Etion Mountain. Am I going to die? Feng Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth. His muscles tensed up. He could not block the full strength attack of a rank 9 immortal goo house. He only had one trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Feng Yuan self-detonated. He failed. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Feng Yuan's will. It had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. Thus, the time in the red light began to reverse. At the same time, the ghost face that carried the red lotus slowly sank into the river. Like a movie being played in reverse, everything that had happened was moving backwards. It was also like water that was poured out, automatically returning to the basin. Feng Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated. Only a tiny bit was left, and could be directly ignored. But under the illumination of the red light, his will quickly recovered, and countless goo worm fragments also appeared. Next, these goo worm fragments pieced together, and turned into the complete Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada carried Feng Yuan's intact will, and started its journey again. The red light dissipated and the red lotus instantly dissipated, while that ghost face was cleanly washed away by the surging river water of the river of time. It was as if everything was an illusion. But Spring-Autumn Cicada had already been forcefully restored. It carried Feng Yuan's will, Feng Yuan's remaining hope as it charged into the river, going against the current, with difficulty, returning to the past. Starform blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area. Poisonous blood was boiling. The 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed. The surrounding ground had turned into a shallow poisonous swamp. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, the earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material, and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and qi. The mud qi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral qi, below was black mud. Stellar energy was the weather above the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick wall of astral energy. If goo immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral qi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the thick earth energy beneath the 10 lands. The qi of heaven and earth were difficult to coexist in the first place. However, at this moment, the two of them were harmoniously united in the earthly limits astral energy. Not only did they coexist peacefully, but they were also constantly transforming each other. There was a constant stream of black mud turning into stellar energy, and a constant stream of stellar energy turning into black mud. Feng Yuan shook his palm, and the ball of earthly limits astral qi rapidly turned turbid. The black mud astral qi blended together, forming a ball of gray fog. But if he didn't shake it after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down and his stellar energy would be on top. Once again, black and white were distinct, and the strange phenomenon of circulating slightly with each other appeared. Deal with this immortal material. It was the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves could not deal with it perfectly. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Star Form Land Spirit's heart turned cold. It's over, Master is really stupid. He failed the immortal goo refinement and suffered heavy injuries. He doesn't even remember the specific time, but he is still laughing so happily. The joy in Feng Yuan's heart did not need to be told to others. I have been reborn again. Even though activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed, because of a change, I was revived from the dead, from defeat to victory. My will has returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. Was it over a year ago? The time was so short. According to my foundation, with so many immortal goo, it should have been at least several hundred years. I only returned to a year ago. Is it because I failed to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada? In Feng Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison was lost, in order to reclaim it, even He Tribe's 4 supreme elders took the risk to chase after Heicheng. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal goo house, yet He Tribe had to chase after it. The importance of immortal goo houses could be seen clearly. Graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Etian Mountain. Not only was it 1 rank higher than Dark Prison, it was rank 7. Moreover, in history, there was a mysterious rank 7 goo immortal who borrowed its battle strength. He forcibly fought above his rank and successfully suppressed a rank 8 expert, and it was even with the great strength true martial physique. Graceful chaotic dual stage's value was many times higher than Dark Prison. In my previous life, Shark Demon and Su Baiman used Profound Ice House, which was still a damaged immortal goo house, but it could break through the obstruction of battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I cannot reach the level of being able to roam the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am chased by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate the immortals. An immortal goo house was a true battle fortress. It had no shortcomings. It could take care of offense, defense, movement, healing, and even cultivation. Its structure was stable and easy to control. A rank 7 immortal goo house. Even rank 6 goo immortals could control it. It had 2 major flaws, one was feeding, and the other was immortal essence. Immortal goo houses were formed from many immortal goo and a vast number of mortal goo. Feeding these goo worms would be extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Feng Yuan knew about graceful chaotic dual stage. It seemed to take care of the essence of the food path, and the problem of feeding it could be ignored. What was left? It was only the problem of immortal essence. To activate an immortal goo house, the consumption of immortal essence would be an enormous figure. Just with Feng Yuan's personal ability, He could not afford it. In his previous life, Shark Demon had no choice but to activate the damaged Profound Ice House. The immortal zombies had participated and shared the immortal essence consumption. They had all felt great heartache afterwards. The price of activating an immortal goo house was huge, because the consumption of immortal essence was too high. Feng Yuan was currently penniless. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely gather the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal goo. But now his goo refinement had failed and he had lost most of his immortal materials. He was short on funds. Even if he had many profitable projects, like the Guts Goo trade, and the monthly income of over 1,000 immortal yuan stones. But even if he accumulated them for half a year, it would not be enough for the immortal goo house to use for half a minute. But all this did not matter. Feng Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had a large amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This harvest could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal was rank 9. The immortal essence he left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables had. The quality of this immortal essence far surpassed the green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Feng Yuan could not use this amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb all kinds of immortal essence. Otherwise, how could Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies work together to activate the damaged Profound Ice House? This was the basic characteristic of an immortal goo house, to gather the strength of all the immortals into one. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had also thought of this. She was no longer a burly man. Chapter 983. Land Spirit of Langia stared at Feng Yuan, not knowing what to say for a while. These immortal materials belonged to Feng Yuan. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his face. Feng Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langia with a smile. No matter how bad Land Spirit of Langia's attitude towards him was, as long as he had these immortal materials, he would be in control of Land Spirit of Langia. Suddenly, Land Spirit of Langia's eyes turned as he reacted. He was no longer anxious, he sneered. Humph, you brat, do you think I don't know you? You are a crafty fellow who does not do anything without benefits. Tell me, what kind of advantage do you want from me this time? Feng Yuan heard this and pretended to be unhappy. Old sir, you are wrong. I am not here to take advantage of you. I am here to make a fair transaction with you. Humph. Land Spirit of Langia was already mentally prepared for Feng Yuan's shamelessness. He raised his eyebrows. Just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me. Feng Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. Since old sir is so straightforward, I will ask directly. May I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face? Land Spirit of Langia was stunned before asking. How do you know that I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Land Spirit of Langia indeed had it. He was only guessing about this. Back then, Land Spirit of Langia lacked desolate beasts and wanted Feng Yuan to capture one for him. He used the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Feng Yuan. Back then, Feng Yuan asked about Familiar Face. As a result, Land Spirit of Langia's original words were like this. Familiar Face? You really dare to dream. That is an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude Gu. Even if I give it to you, you cannot use it. But this killer move of mine is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is enough for you to use. Land spirits were all very pure. I can't lie. Back then, the Land Spirit of Langia did not directly say that he did not have Familiar Face. He only said that even if he gave it to Feng Yuan would not be able to use it. At that time, Feng Yuan was still a mortal Gu master. But now, Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal. More importantly, Feng Yuan already had attitude Gu in his hands. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable deceived 2 rank 8 Gu immortals with rank 6 cultivation level. Feng Yuan seemed to be able to do it too. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable found my main body. Request to refine space escape Gu. My main body is also very interested. I have worked with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable for a full 21 years. This world is the time of the 5 regions. In Langia Grotto Heaven, time is even longer. The Land Spirit of Langia had a look of nostalgia. He paused for a moment before continuing. In these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had tried many times but they all failed. After expending Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life savings, I even had to use my main body's treasury. My main body would not make a losing transaction. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable bought my main body's immortal material treasury. Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, Familiar Face, this was a set of killer moves. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Feng Yuan nodded and kept this information in mind. Langia Blessed Land had deep foundations indeed. It actually had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's things. No wonder the Shadow Sect wanted to deal with him. And the Celestial Court also attacked this place in his previous life. It wasn't that Feng Yuan hadn't thought about taking advantage of this treasured land, but he wasn't strong enough. Chapter 984. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here, the 4 seasons did not stop. A pure white and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today, humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this Green Heaven Fragment World was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City. Cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the Feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Yufei. 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 The original Featherman King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago, the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man Yu Fei obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life dream. I am the Featherman King. Yu Fei was heavily injured, but he did not care. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and win-win on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear, his smile was very cheerful, his mouth was wide open, his teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique, He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious. He wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the three Featherman Goo immortals conversed casually. They had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city. Boom! The sacred Feather City shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look this. The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss. He pointed at the sky. But he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find that above their heads, a huge crack appeared in the greenish sky. Several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The three Featherman Goo immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. Goo Masters, get into position and occupy the formation cores. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax. Coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected, both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive. The three Featherman Goo immortals had grim expressions. They held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, White Sea Shatua, gave an order that shattered the three Featherman Goo immortals' hopes. This old Goo immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice he said, "Begin the attack." The three Featherman immortals were not their match. They could only retreat to the immortal Goo House, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals. Battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. Even if the two Western Desert Goo immortals worked together, they could not block the Featherman First Supreme Elder's strength. This First Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now he attacked furiously. He had immense power. He was unstoppable. The two Western Desert Goo immortals could not retaliate. They quickly suffered heavy injuries. They quickly escaped towards the hole. However, the final Featherman Goo immortal, Zhengling, he had been manipulating the immortal Goo House to repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% repaired. It was getting smaller. The two Western Desert Goo immortals rushed to the immortal Goo House's hole, but they could not escape. They had to stop. They had to destroy the hole even more. But at this crucial moment, every second was crucial. The Western Desert Goo immortals simply did not have time to destroy the hole again. Zhengling, good job. The Featherman First Supreme Elder was overjoyed. Right now the immortal Goo House was being repaired. It was already a situation of closing the door and beating the dogs. Once these two Western Desert Goo immortals were killed, the Featherman side's morale would definitely rise. The invading enemies would be intimidated. No one would dare to charge into the immortal Goo House blindly. But right when the Featherman First Supreme Elder arrived in front of the two Western Desert Goo immortals, a shocking change occurred. On the two Western Desert Goo immortals' faces, his originally panicked expression disappeared, and instead he revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. At the same time, four Western Desert Goo immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is still you. Die. The leader of the Goo immortals was White Sea Shatua. At this moment, his aura burst out, filling the sky and earth. His might was unstoppable. He had rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder turned pale with fright. He was caught off guard and fell into a dangerous situation. Oh no! The rank 7 Featherman Goo immortal Zhengling, who was controlling the immortal Goo House, was extremely anxious. He quickly activated the immortal Goo House to deal with it. Both sides' attention was on the periphery of the immortal Goo House. The most crucial battlefield. Old ancestor, are you all right? Yu Fei shouted, pouncing towards the heavily injured Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong was paralyzed on the ground. Zhou Zhong had been hit by an immortal killer move. The effect had not faded yet. He was lying on the rubble, unable to move. It's the new Featherman King. Zhou Zhong saw Yu Fei inside. He transmitted. Leave, this is not a battle you can participate in. But Yu Fei did not care. He pounced towards Zhou Zhong and activated Immortal Healing Goo. Old ancestor, I will save you. Zhou Zhong admired Yu Fei's courage. He felt moved but also helpless. He had countless injuries on his body. They were all caused by immortal killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. Could he only be healed by an ordinary mortal goo? But at the next moment, Zhou Zhong's eyes protruded as he stared at Yu Fei in front of him. You are not Yu Fei, you. Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He wanted to resist but his body could not move. He did not shout. Feng Yuan had sealed his voice. That's right, the moment the immortal Gu house was destroyed, Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to come here from northern plains. Near the loophole, the immortal Gu house's control fell to rock bottom. Feng Yuan did not let anyone discover him. Next, he found an opportunity, and while the two sides were fighting intensely, with their attention focused on the crucial battle, he immediately moved out, disguising as Yu Fei and successfully approaching Zhou Zhong. Chapter 986. Feng Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Bai Yinxing pass the tribulation, Feng Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal Goo and picked the Spring Dream Fruits, while also increasing his business of Guts Goo and Eerie Fire Dragon Python. Very quickly, his monthly profit greatly exceeded that of the same period in his previous life. It actually broke through the 2,000 mark. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, in his previous life, Feng Yuan had to spend a lot of time to investigate thoroughly before he could choose a suitable trading partner, especially in the Western Desert. But in this life, because he had retained his experience, Feng Yuan easily contacted the buyer, which saved him a lot of time and steps, greatly bringing forward the time to profit. Secondly, the hairy men in Feng Yuan's stone nest were freed and used to refine Guts Goo. It was not like his previous life, where he had to refine Star Thought Goo and other non-profitable goo worms. Thirdly, Feng Yuan had no plans to relocate Stellar Form Blessed Land. He had already formed a new alliance with He Lulan and the others. They might need to migrate in the future, but it was not urgent now. Fourth, with the Feathermen forming caravans to conduct trade, Feng Yuan was able to quickly see great results in the Western Desert. The usefulness of the Feathermen was starting to show. But Feng Yuan was only testing the waters. He did not send out these tens of thousands of Feathermen. In this area, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to make use of this population to increase the number of Feathermen, and in the future, he might even be able to trade Feathermen slaves. In terms of slave trade, Feathermen might not be as good as hairy men, but they were much better than rockmen, especially the Western Desert forces. The number of Feathermen sacrificed every year was not small. The demand for Featherman slaves was always high. Feng Yuan developed patiently, while accumulating immortal Yuan stone. He did not forget to accumulate Goo refinement immortal materials. As time passed, Langya Blessed Land was once again invaded by powerful enemies. The land spirit of Langya knew that the enemy was coming at them fiercely. He had no choice but to ask for help, sending letters to both Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing. In this life, because of Feng Yuan's meticulous planning, Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture did not suffer much damage. After receiving the letter, the two went to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was filled with boundless clouds and mist. It was so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. Up in the sky, not seeing the sky, The ground could not be seen. This is the 12-cloud confounding formation, the land spirit of Langya introduced in a low voice. And these people are the invading enemies. With a wave of the land spirit sleeve, a few images appeared in front of Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yinsheng. Qin Baisheng, Jiangyu Heicheng Shuesong Zi, Helang Zi, Huifeng Zi and the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie were all there. It's them. Feng Yuan pretended to be surprised. You know these people? The land spirit of Langya immediately asked. Feng Yuan nodded. His expression was solemn. These people are very strong, even though their leader, Qin Baisheng, only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The land spirit of Langya was shocked. So strong. Feng Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Jiangyu. She has dark limit immortal Gu. This is the Gu immortal elder Heicheng of the current Northern Plains Superforce He tribe. He has an immortal Gu house in his possession. And Shuesong Zi, don't think that he only has rank 6 cultivation level. He is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. His backer is rank 8 old ancestor Shuehu. And this is Helang Zi. He is a transformation path Gu immortal with great battle strength. Land spirit of Langya turned into his second personality. Like in his previous life, after the battle, he prepared to relocate Langya Blessed Land. At the same time, he reformed Langya sect and invited Feng Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Feng Yuan agreed. Speaking of the rewards for this battle, Feng Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu. He asked Land Spirit of Langya for a large amount of support. At some point in the future, if Feng Yuan was in danger, Langya sect would need to send Gu immortals to save Feng Yuan immediately. This way, Feng Yuan brought Langya Blessed Land's hairy man Gu immortals along with him. Land Spirit of Langya gave Feng Yuan a sect mission. He was to go deep into the icy plain and contact the alliance of the Rockmen and Snowmen. As long as you complete this mission, I will give you a portion of the immortal Gu recipes. As long as you have enough sect contribution points, you can use these contribution points to exchange for the immortal Gu recipes you want. Land Spirit of Langya did not forget to entice Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's thoughts changed. Can I look at these immortal Gu recipes first? Of course. After looking at them, even with Feng Yuan's vast knowledge, he was moved. Langya Blessed Land only had dozens of immortal Gu, but the number of immortal Gu recipes was hard for Feng Yuan to estimate. At least, Land Spirit of Langya showed Feng Yuan 200 of them. Feng Yuan soon saw many immortal Gu recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But he was rejected by Land Spirit of Langya. "My Langya sect has just been established. There are many things to do. Of course there are people to deal with. But this mission is the most dangerous, so I will give it to you. Anyway, if you die, I won't feel any heartache. Hairy Mangu immortals cannot die easily. They are truly on the same side." Land Spirit of Langya could only speak the truth. Feng Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt somewhat relieved. "But don't worry, I want to create the hairy man world. You variant humans will need help. I also have a transformation path method to let you abandon your human body and turn into a hairy man. When you truly become a hairy man, I will open up the immortal Gu inventory. You can use your contribution points to borrow or exchange immortal Gu." Aha! Land Spirit of Langya patted Feng Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. But this kind of encouragement was a bit too direct. Feng Yuan did not mind. His first question was whether familiar face and becoming a hairy man. Could he fool Land Spirit of Langya? But soon he discarded this thought. Not to mention the fact that familiar face he had now was only an incomplete version. And the original familiar face was obtained from Land Spirit of Langya. Even though he was direct, it did not mean he was stupid. I will definitely not consider becoming a true hairy man. Humans are the true masters of this world. It has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the general trend. How can it be changed? Back then, even long-hair ancestor, who was the land spirit's main body, had to hide his true identity. Now he is only a land spirit. What tricks can he come up with? Wishful thinking. Feng Yuan was not optimistic about Langya sect's future. In the 500 years of his previous life, Langya sect was taken over by the Celestial Court. This was the final outcome of Langya Blessed Land. Even if there were changes in the future, if it was not the Celestial Court, it could be other Gu immortals or organizations. Humans would always be the rulers. The status of variant humans would not change. Feng Yuan's plan had always been to gain benefits from Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya turning into his second personality had both advantages and disadvantages for Feng Yuan. But at least this time, there were more benefits for Feng Yuan. The original Land Spirit of Langya was quite conservative. He would not create Langya sect and recruit Feng Yuan as an external supreme elder. He would not agree to help Feng Yuan when he was in danger. The Battle of Langya sect ended. The 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley began. Feng Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He recuperated while refining Dream Path Mortal Gu. At the same time, he stockpiled Gu refinement immortal materials, preparing to refine Immortal Gu. A month later, he picked all the spring dream fruits and refined a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. The quantity was much higher than in his previous life. Chapter 988. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. With O, like in his previous life, Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were led by a scenic blue immortal zombie, Sha Nanjiang, as they passed through Yulu Blessed Land's entrance and entered. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yunxing and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to welcome him and patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. Tai Bai Yunxing had not been in Eastern Sea for long, but with man as before and landscape as before, he had made quite a name for himself. Earlier, Tai Bai Yunxing helped Shark Demon's group attack Yulu Blessed Land. His man as before Immortal Gu was of great help to them. Shark Demon greeted him and turned his gaze to Feng Yuan. This must be Brother Tai Bai's good friend. Wisdom Star Chen Dao? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, then you are my good friend as well. I am just a lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that. Feng Yuan nodded, smiling humbly. He had a tall and straight posture, with a feather fan and silk handkerchief. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. His skin was white and clean. He had a tall nose bridge and thick eyebrows. His eyes were like deep pools. Right now, Feng Yuan had a smile on his face. He looked like a handsome young man. He was very pleasing to the eyes. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was Xing Xiang Zi, but in this life, he was Wisdom Star. Familiar Face's power was much stronger than Vaguely Familiar Face in his previous life. Shark Demon and the rest could not see through Feng Yuan's true appearance in the previous life. It was even more impossible in this life. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, looked at Feng Yuan and said, I heard that you cultivate Wisdom Path as your main and Star Path as your secondary. You were recommended by Sir Tai Bai. I wonder if you can display your skills here? In the previous life, Feng Yuan pretended to be Xing Xiang Zi. To the outside world, he called himself Star Path as his main and Wisdom Path as his secondary. But in this life, Feng Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. Even without Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, he was very confident. Therefore, he might as well separate the major and minor sections. They swapped places. Feng Yuan nodded and said to Shark Demon and the others, It's reasonable for everyone to test my cultivation. Then I will show you my skills and give you my comments. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was very humble, but in this life, he spoke very politely, but his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other and couldn't help but look forward to it. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart was filled with worry, but he did not show it. Among the immortals, Budan's face was gloomy. The arrival of Feng Yuan. His position in the team was in jeopardy, and his interests were seriously violated. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled. One hand was behind his back while the other held a feather fan. He waved it leisurely in front of his chest. He looked around, taking in the sights around him. Right now, it was still the battlefield killer move, freezing rain-frozen earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast expanse of white ice and snow. Every once in a while, here, a huge icy rain would fall and form countless snow monsters, causing huge trouble for everyone. Feng Yuan only looked for a while before saying, "I've deduced it." Shark Demon and the rest were shocked. They had thought that Feng Yuan was preparing some immortal killer move. To think that he had finished it so quickly. Su Baiman complimented him even more politely. "Your Excellency's cultivation is indeed impressive. To be able to remain so calm and collected. You actually deduced the flaw of this battlefield killer move without making a sound. You are truly admirable." "Not at all. Not at all." After a while, starlight shone everywhere, filling the hall. In an instant, there was the sound of bells. It was too wonderful for words. The starlight was dazzling. The aura of immortal goo spread out, causing Shark Demon and Su Baiman to be moved. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. "This wisdom star Chen Dao is truly amazing. I wonder if husband has noticed. He has already used 3 different immortal goo. I wonder what kind of wisdom path immortal goo they are." What they did not know was that Feng Yuan was only putting on an act. It was just a facade. The starlight slowly dissipated. Sweat appeared on Feng Yuan's forehead. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before slowly opening them. His eyes were shooting out starlight that was over 3 meters long. The light was so bright that people could not look at him directly. To think that Shark Demon and Su Baiman have such powerful methods. They actually used the power of enslavement path to restrain a rank 8 one-finger flow shark. It is truly amazing. Although I deduced it, my methods are too shallow and I am unable to capture this beast. There is nothing I can do. Earlier, I was still speaking arrogantly. Now that my abilities are lacking, I hope the 2 lords will not laugh at me. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's bodies shook. Resourceful star Chen Dao even figured out this secret. This. At once, this rank 7 goo immortal couple stared with wide-opened eyes, fixedly staring at Feng Yuan, disbelief frozen on their faces. After a few breaths of time, Shark Demon and Su Baiman reacted, their emotions slightly calming down. Su Baiman sighed. "Today I finally know Sir Chen's power. The one-finger flow shark is our husband and wife's greatest secret. Mr. Chen might not know this. But in order to prevent this matter from being calculated by others, we husband and wife went to great lengths to ask Song Jiadan to help us conceal this matter." Shark Demon continued. "Twin polar plate armor pill, Nangong Hit Huan, and Dragon Head Tortoise returned from Adversity Sea. In the current Eastern Sea Goo immortal world, Song Jiadan is publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Goo immortals. Brother Chen's method can actually break Song Jiadan's defense. Doesn't this mean that Brother Chen's wisdom path attainment is already comparable to Song Jiadan's?" Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He seemed to have accidentally faked it. He quickly waved his hand, trying to salvage the situation. "I am ashamed. I cannot compare to Song Jiadan. I had also performed exceptionally earlier. If I were to face Song Jiadan himself, there would be no chance of victory." Shark Demon's upper body leaned forward. He stared at Feng Yuan. "I have finally seen Sir's method. But, earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did I not see Sir activate the immortal goo?" Feng Yuan chuckled. "Wouldn't activating the immortal goo expend immortal essence? The cost would increase. Adding on that Feng Yuan did not have any experience in unraveling it in his previous life, his progress was very slow. Feng Yuan gave up. He did not join Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon could not order him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered. Countless fragment worlds fell on Central Continent. In his previous life, Feng Yuan obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster attainment levels in the Dream Realm of the Fragment Worlds. But the Dream Realm was not fully explored by him. In this life, Feng Yuan was looking forward to it. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels rise again? Or the attainment levels of other paths? After some effort, he successfully captured the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were also over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. After leaving behind the stunned Gu Masters of Heaven's Envy Manor, Feng Yuan flew towards the Dream Realm. He arrived at the Dreamland. Feng Kim Hong had already led the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House to occupy this Dream Realm. Feng Yuan, I've been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her facial features were like a painting, her skin was as white as snow, and she was calm and confident. Feng Yuan also smiled. Before this trip, I have already told you. Your mother asked me to take care of you. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll try my best to make things convenient for you, but there's a price for taking care of you. What can you give me? Feng Kim Hong was prepared and was about to speak. Feng Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use an immortal zombie's method to regain a human body as a bargaining chip, then forget it. I've already found a suitable method. Of course, it's not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Kim Hong was taken aback. She did not expect Feng Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie reincarnation method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research on dream realms is ahead of the other 9 great ancient sections. I only need the recipe of a dream path mortal goo. I'll let you guard this dream realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have dream wings immortal goo. Don't tell me you don't know the recipes of some dream path mortal goo. Feng Yuan suggested. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if Spirit Affinity House's representative Feng Kim Hong wanted to occupy this place, she would have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds could she get rid of the opponent's right to occupy this place. Feng Kim Hong had the immortal goo that Fairy Bai Qing gave her, as well as her will and immortal essence. But she was immortal after all. She could not defeat an immortal zombie like Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had a bitter expression. Feng Yuan, your request is too much. Everyone knows that I have Dream Wings immortal goo. But you have severely underestimated the value of Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. I have indeed used some Dream Path Mortal Goo before, but those were all secret experiments. I plan to use them with my Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, they all failed. And these Dream Goo were given to me by the sect. I do not know any Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. Change your request. For example, Strength Path Mortal Goo recipes. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale yet. Dream Path was still being explored and had not taken shape. Even though Dream Path Goo worms had appeared, they were limited. Chapter 991. This was the 3rd layer of the Dream Realm. The night sky was gentle, stars were sparse in the sky. The lake was calm. The moment Feng Yuan entered the Dream Realm, he was already in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the female immortal in the pavilion. He was very surprised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Since ancient times, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. His appearance could not be verified. The others, however, had names and appearances. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history. She was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, and also the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Her great achievements, her voice and appearance were naturally widely known. Thus Feng Yuan recognized her at first glance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was tall. She wore a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. She had long black hair that extended all the way to her waist. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in a well. They were tranquil but had a hint of spirituality and mysteriousness. Her skin was as white as snow. She was looking at Feng Yuan with an eerie expression. Her hands were gently stroking the zither in front of her. "You are finally here." She spoke slowly. Her voice was gentle like the beautiful night sky. "Interesting. Who am I acting as in this dream realm?" Feng Yuan looked at his own attire and found that he was in his original appearance. This made Feng Yuan quite surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Feng Yuan was a child who had encountered misfortune. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking immortality. Why did he return to his original appearance in the third layer of the dream realm? Before I entered the dream realm, I had been activating the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. But now even this killer move has failed. Could it be that this dream realm is so deep that my soul has unknowingly become addicted? As Feng Yuan thought of this, he became even more vigilant. He had just explored the first two layers of the dream realm. He knew clearly that this was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul was completely addicted, he would lose this knowledge and feel that everything was real. Just like back then, He Lulan fell into a dream during her tribulation. The dream continued to cycle, but she was unable to extricate herself. In this dream, I discovered my original appearance. This is a sign that my soul is in a trance. It seems that the third layer of the dreamland is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not dare to be careless and was on full alert. But star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have seen through Feng Yuan's thoughts. "You don't have to be afraid. Listen to my song." As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers, which were as tender as spring onions, moved. Under her control, the strings produced a melodious and beautiful sound. It was as slow as a spring, and it was pleasant to listen to. Then, she opened her mouth and began to sing in an ancient rhythm. Feng Yuan heard her sing. "The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, the road of life is full of troubles. Broken sword sinks into sand. The rise and fall of the ancient times, the unceasing heavenly river surges. Worry. The night is long and dreamy, where can I rest in peace? How many spring and autumn does it take to change a person's heart? Only providence is boundless." Star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was like a clear spring that flowed into the deepest part of Feng Yuan's heart. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that this song was like a prophecy. It had deep meaning, but he could not understand it in the short term. After star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song, her figure dissipated. A mysterious smile hung on her lips the entire time. Feng Yuan's concentration was completely focused. But in the next moment, the dream suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Why did this dream realm vanish? Outside the dream realm, Feng Kim Hong, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, shocked and suspicious. Feng Yuan concealed himself in time. He did not expose himself. He quietly left this place feeling very surprised. How can this be? Before I explored the third layer of the dream realm, it vanished on its own. What kind of dream is this? Why is it so strange? Even with my 500 years of experience, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It seemed to have a very important meaning to him. In the dream, what did star constellation Immortal Venerable sing? What did she want to tell me? Feng Yuan tried to recall but could not remember anything. It was like a normal person waking up from a dream. Even though they knew it was a dream, they could not recall the details of the dream. Feng Yuan thought hard. He even used wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the content of star constellation Immortal Venerable's song, only that slow zither music was reverberating in his mind. Almost at the same time, in southern border, Shadow Sect's headquarters, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land had the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Inkstone held 9 rank 8 immortal goo as he entered the dream realm calmly. The moment he entered, Old Man Inkstone felt an intense killing intent that was as cold as winter. Kill, kill, kill. A man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair pounced at him. At once, Old Man Inkstone could not move at all. If anyone was here and saw this man in a black robe, they would cry out in shock. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At the next moment, Old Man Inkstone was forced out. His soul was injured. After returning to his body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm that Feng Yuan explored. Old Man Inkstone had only entered the first layer of the dream realm, but he was already forced to play the role of a character in the dream. And this character was the enemy that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable killed. Old Man Inkstone tried countless times, but he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the moment he entered the dream. He could not react in time. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. Now, it is time to activate the killer move. Old Man Inkstone ignored his injuries. His right hand that was as dry as wood opened up, revealing another immortal goo in his palm. In contrast, the 3 rank 8s of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan had wariness and seriousness in their eyes. They conversed secretly. I have heard that Northern Plains Goo Immortals have extraordinary battle strength, far surpassing Goo Immortals of the 4 regions. Today's battle with Blazing Heaven was as expected. Even though she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We need at least 2 people to resist her. Great Grandmaster Fire Path Attainment Level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Back then in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. Thus she is called Blazing Heaven Demoness. She has a shameless nature. Even though she retreated, in my opinion, we need to be more vigilant. That makes sense. During the 100 Days battle, Feng Jioge displayed lightning speed, but Fang Yuan could not do the same. This loophole made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie even more suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Fang Yuan's motives. Not only did he have strong battle strength, he also had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not burdened by his body, he was extremely shrewd. Fang Yuan's scheme almost succeeded, but at the last moment he failed. Now the situation was reversed. It was Fang Yuan's turn to be in deep danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan had enslaved a Featherman Gu immortal. The situation was not looking good. After dodging the flames with difficulty, Fang Yuan was in a sorry state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie hated Fang Yuan's deception. He was extremely furious. He charged towards Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan became spirited. He laughed loudly. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan looked at it and found. This tornado pillar was not only the largest, it was also the fastest. The sound of the wind whistled in Fang Yuan's ears. He could vaguely hear something. There seemed to be something hidden at the center of the wind pillar. Don't tell me thieving heaven demon venerable's true inheritance is inside the wind pillar? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green wind pillar. The winds of assimilation suddenly vanished. A person appeared. This person was sitting cross-legged in the air, wearing a red and white robe. He let out a weak trace of rank 8 aura. Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan shouted. He subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jioge reacted faster than him. He abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out an inch of light. After the dazzling light swept past Feng Yuan's body, Feng Jioge turned into a rainbow light and moved at lightning speed, passing through Fang Yuan's body and entering the light door. The entire process happened in less than a blink of an eye. Fang Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed door Gu. As the light door closed, Fang Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Why is Feng Jioge here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he is here, where are the others? Qin Baisheng, where are Ao Shui and Ling Mei? Fang Yuan quickly checked, but the true inheritance space was empty. There was only an information path mortal Gu floating in front of Fang Yuan. This information path Gu worm was left behind by Feng Jioge. After Fang Yuan picked it up, after finding nothing wrong, he injected his divine sense into it. Fang Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this secret for you. You want to ask me why I know you? Because I am Feng Kimhuang's father. You saved my life today, I will return it to you in the future. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the true inheritance space. You will inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance. Until we meet again. Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan touched this letter Gu. He had a complex expression. He sighed, placing this letter Gu into his immortal aperture. At this time, the entire true inheritance space started to dim. The originally bright light turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. In this darkness, there was only a faint light left. It was where Fang Yuan was standing. A man's voice filled with magnetism could be heard from the darkness. Wanderer from afar. You are the same as me, a pitiful person who has no home to return to. My name is Ben Jiesun. People call me thieving heaven demon venerable. Actually, I am just a wanderer who wants to return home. This world is like a cage of despair. If you also want to go home, then accept this gift from me. I believe it will definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you will need to rely on your own hard work. Also, this gift is called ghostly concealment. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray light. Feng Yuan ignored this gray light. He activated his investigative and defensive methods, staying alert of his surroundings. Feng Jioge did not appear. It seems that his injuries are extremely severe. He does not even have 5% of his battle strength left. If not for this, he might have attacked me in the true inheritance space. But this person is indeed clear about gratitude and grudges. He will repay kindness and take revenge for hatred. His biography after his death also proved this point. He said he wanted to repay me for saving his life. I am afraid. It is true. Feng Yuan pondered. Thinking of this, Feng Jioge did not attack Feng Yuan directly. It might not be because he did not have enough battle strength, but because Feng Yuan had saved his life. No matter what, Feng Yuan had profited greatly this time. Although he was not invincible in the world, it was still easy for him to suppress Zhongzhou state. The immortal goo he used were probably not rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal goo were definitely rank 8. If not for that, he would not have such terrifying battle strength in history. Feng Yuan used Mo Yao's aura to carefully wrap around this immortal goo. He then used wisdom path methods to seal it layer by layer. These seals were very weak. They could only deceive. They deceived this immortal goo's consciousness, making it think that it was still in its owner's hands, and had not fallen into someone else's hands. Feng Yuan could not touch this immortal goo for now. He kept it in his immortal aperture. Next he did the same thing to Bo Qing using his methods.